heads of defense, security, and law enforcement organs, Rwanda Defense Force, National Intelligence and Security Services, Rwanda Investigation Bureau, and Rwanda Correctional Services, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Rwanda National Police, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, the Commandant of the National Police College, representatives of academic and research institutions, distinguished guests, panelists, discussants, and moderators of this symposium, generals, commissioners, senior officers, faculty staff, students of the Police Senior Command and Staff course, participants to this symposium from other academic institutions, the African Leadership University, and the Institute of Legal Practice and Development, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice, organized for the 12th cohort of the Police Senior Command and Staff course under the theme, Peace and Security in the Evolving Global Dynamics, Implications for Africa. I am Chief Superintendent of Police, Khalid Kabasha, and I'll serve as the Master of Ceremonies in this event. The Chief Guest, sir. This 11th edition of the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice is a two-day event that will cover 4 panels, 2 panels each day. Honorable Minister and our Chief Guest, allow me to take you through the program of today. Shortly, the opening ceremony will start with the welcome remarks by the Commandant of the National Police College, after which he will invite you, our Chief Guest, to deliver the opening remarks. After that, we shall have a short break during which the group photograph will be taken. Thereafter, we will reconvene in this hall where we will listen to the introductory note for this symposium. Then panel 1 will start. After panel 1, we shall break for lunch, and then we will gather again here in the afternoon for panel 2. The conclusion of panel 2 will mark the end of day 1 of this symposium. Without further ado, may I invite the Commandant of the National Police College to deliver his welcome remarks. Commandant, sir.
Honorable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Republic of Rwanda, our Chief Guest, the Inspector General of Rwanda National Police, sir, Governor, Northern Province, the Prosecutor General of the Republic of Rwanda, the heads of defense, security, and law enforcement organs, Rwanda Defense Force, National Intelligence and Security Service, Rwanda Investigation Bureau, and Rwanda Correctional Service, the Deputy Inspector General of Rwanda National Police, the Deputy Inspector General of the Nigerian Police Force, the heads of police components, the United Mission in South Sudan, and the United Nations Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission, the Central African Republic, the Vice Chancellors, University of Rwanda, and the African Leadership University, representatives of academic and research institutions, distinguished guests, moderators and panelists, commissioners, generals, faculty staff, students of Police Senior Command and Staff course, participants in this symposium from other academic institutions, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to this 11th edition of the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice 2024. Chief guests, sir, distinguished guests, the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice is an annual event organized by Rwanda National Police College together with the University of Rwanda. It serves as a platform for students attending the Police Senior Command and Staff course to meet with high-level government officials, scholars, and other highly regarded personalities from various fields, and interact on existing challenges to peace, security, and justice on the continent, with a view to reflecting on possible solutions. For the students mentioned above and the participants in this forum in general, this symposium represents a significant opportunity for debate in our collective efforts to foster a safer, more peaceful world and more peaceful Africa in particular. The ongoing 12th cohort of Police Senior Command and Staff course brought together commissioners and senior officers from various African countries, which include the Republic of Botswana, Republic of Kenya, the Kingdom of Lesotho, Republic of Malawi, Republic of Namibia, the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of South Sudan, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of Rwanda, the host. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, in the last Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice 2023, which was themed Enhancing Justice for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa, participants had an opportunity to share with highly qualified speakers the appropriate mechanisms and strategies to strengthen justice as one of the requirements for sustainable peace and security in Africa. It was demonstrated that well-delivered justice contributes to sustainable peace and security. Conversely, long-time injustices are a source of persisting conflicts. Participants understood that the complementarity and mutual reinforcement between justice, peace, and security were paramount for the stability of the world and Africa in particular. Our symposium today is themed Peace and Security in the Evolving Global Dynamics, Implications for Africa. This theme is particularly timely and relevant as we navigate through an era marked by unprecedented global challenges, the need for comprehensive strategies and collaborative efforts to ensure peace and security has never been more critical. Our discussions for today will explore various aspects of these issues, from understanding today's global peace and security trends through Africa's peace and security landscape to proposed solutions to building a resilient, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. We are fortunate to have distinguished speakers with us who will share their insights and expertise with students, shedding light on the complexities of these topics and offering innovative solutions. Their contribution will undoubtedly inspire and provoke thoughtful discussions that will make our symposium more fascinating. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our participants, speakers, panelists, and moderators who have taken the time to join us today. Your presence and engagement in this debate are priceless. Chief Guest, sir, I would also acknowledge and express gratitude to Rwanda National Police leadership for the guidance and facilitation in making this event happen. I thank the University of Rwanda, more especially the Center for Conflict Management, for their highly valued contribution to the organization and the conduct of this symposium. A warm welcome to lecturers and students from Legal Practice, Institute of Legal Practice and Development, and the lecturers and the students from the African Leadership University who have joined us. You are most welcome to National Police College. the chief guests, sir, distinguished guests, allow me to welcome you once again to the National Police College. And at this juncture, may I request you, Honorable Minister, to deliver today's keynote address and officially open our symposium. Welcome, sir.
Let me first of all associate myself with the protocols as enumerated by the Commandant and refer to all of you as dear colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Permit me to begin by thanking the Rwanda National Police and the University of Rwanda for having successfully convened this important symposium themed Peace and Security in the Evolving Global Dynamics, Implications for Africa, and for considering us to be part of it. It is indeed a great privilege and honor to address such a distinguished audience whose commitment to maintaining peace, security, and enforcing the law is critical to the stability and prosperity of our respective countries, our continent, as well as the world at large. I am aware that we have in our midst colleagues from sister countries, and I hope that you find Rwanda a home away from home. Distinguished participants, both the gathering and the topic at hand are very timely. We gather at a time when the global landscape is marked by rapid and profound changes. Geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainties, technological advancements, as well as environmental challenges all converge to shape our reality. These dynamics have far-reaching implications for peace and security globally, as well as regionally and nationally, and therefore do influence our strategies, operations, and collaborations. We do gather at a time when global governance and multilateralism are at a crossroad. Across the globe, multilateralism appears to be in a crisis. The very foundations or objectives of multilateralism, that's peace and security, human rights and development, have been strongly shaken by individualistic, nationalism, as well as unilateralism tendencies. This causes or exacerbates the decline of the current global order, while destroying the very foundation of peace, security, and justice. Human rights and other global values and aspirations are in jeopardy because of unilateral wars, whether open and armed conflicts, trade wars, or cyber warfare. Further, global pandemics such as the COVID-19 have acted as catalysts and magnifiers, exposing our weaknesses in many respects, including how ready, prepared, and willing we are as human beings to join efforts to countering a common threat. The very basic human or societal values such as equality and equity, which have a positive bearing on the concepts of peace, security, and justice, are at stake. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and participants, Madam Amina J. Mohamed, the Deputy UN Secretary General, observed during the open debate of the Security Council on Peace Building and Sustaining Peace in January 2023 that, and I quote, peace in the United Nations raison d'etre is now under a grave threat. People's sense of safety and security is at an all-time low in almost every country. 6 out of 7 people worldwide are plagued by feelings of insecurity, and the world is facing the highest number of violent conflicts since the Second World War, and 2 billion people, that's a quarter of humanity, live in places affected by such conflict, and I end the quote. Available data shows that approximately 180 conflicts are currently taking place across the globe. These include interstate, intrastate, extra-systemic, non-state conflicts, as well as one-sided violence. At least 150 conflicts have been recorded each year. The Geneva Academy of International Humanitarian Law is currently monitoring 110 armed conflicts across the globe. Among the 110 conflicts under monitoring, 45 are taking place in the Middle East and North America, more than 35 in Africa, 21 in Asia, 7 in Europe, and 6 in Latin America. Looking at the sub-Saharan Africa, there were at least, I think, 18 states out of the total of 45 with active armed conflicts as we speak of today. High-intensity armed conflicts occurred in 12 states. The situation in the Eastern African region is no better than the rest of the other affected parts of the world. 9 of the 22 states or territories were involved in active armed conflict, and that is in 2021 up to now, with 5 experiencing ongoing or sharp escalations in large-scale armed violence. Almost all the armed conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa and East Africa were internalized due to the involvement of external state actors and or transnational activities of armed groups and criminal networks. Distinguished participants, the concept of peace to a large extent or security is not defined within the limits of absence of violence. It is much more than that. And we are reminded of a Norwegian professor, Johan Galtung, who defined peace by making a distinction between negative peace and positive peace. On one hand, negative peace refers to the absence of direct violence or war. It is essentially a state where overt conflict and physical violence are not present. On the other hand, positive peace goes beyond the mere absence of violence. It involves the presence of conditions that foster a sustainable, just, and equitable society. And it is characterized by presence of social justice, equality, and harmony. Understanding peace as defined by Professor Galtung helps us to have a broader picture of the context in which our continent, Africa, is operating, and challenges it and ultimately requires us to find durable solutions. In this regard, key questions should be posed to understand current global dynamics and how they affect Africa. Thus, issues such as ongoing geopolitical tensions, economic pressures, technological threats, and environmental challenges should be given due consideration. For instance, the strategic competition among the so-called superpowers directly impacts Africa. This influence can be seen through economic investments, military aid, and political alliances. It is very important for Africa to navigate these relationships wisely, ensuring that the continent as a whole and individual member states' interests and sovereignty are preserved. The other important issue to look at is resource abundance, which some people refer to as resource curse. Africa boasts vast natural resources, minerals, fertile land, and renewable energy potential. Managing these resources sustainably is crucial for stability. Conflicts in key regions such as certain parts of Africa, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East have global repercussions, including on Africa's economy. Disruptions in supply chain, especially in the food and energy sectors, lead to inflation and economic instability, which can exacerbate social tensions and criminal activities. The digital age brings both opportunities and risks. Cybersecurity threats, including hacking and data breaches, pose significant challenges to Africa law enforcement efforts. In addition, the weaponization of emerging technologies such as drones and artificial intelligence requires Africa to develop new skills and strategies to counter these threats effectively. Climate change and environmental degradation are increasingly linked to security concerns. Resource scarcity, particularly water and arable land, can lead to conflicts and displacements, complicating peacekeeping and humanitarian efforts. The World Bank estimates that climate change may push an additional 132 million people. That's more than half of whom live in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia into extreme poverty by 2030, with 44 million of these driven by health impacts. Youth radicalization towards violent extremism is a global phenomenon that poses significant challenges to peace, security, and stability in Africa. Here in Africa, approximately 60% of the population is under the age of 25 years. Understanding the factors driving young people towards extremism is crucial. Africa's youth are its greatest asset. Empowering them through education, employment, and civic participation ensures a peaceful future. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and participants, in closing, permit me to emphasize the critical role of all of you here in safeguarding peace and security in our continent. Your dedication, expertise, and leadership are vital in navigating the complex and evolving global dynamics we face today. Finally, I invite each of you to use this symposium as a platform to exchange ideas, share experiences, and develop innovative solutions to the challenges before us. Together, we can build a safer, more secure, just, and prosperous Africa. And I do believe now that the only task that I have at hand is to officially declare the symposium open. Thank you very much.
It is now time for the introductory note for this symposium to set the tone for the discussions and the ensuing sessions. To deliver the introductory note is not other than Associate Professor Didas Muganga Kayihura, the Acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda. Associate Professor Kayihura Muganga Didas is an experienced practitioner of law, an associate professor of business law, a manager with a demonstrated history of working in the research industry and academia. Arbitration, public speaking, as well are some of the areas of his expertise. He is a strong education professional with a PhD focused on international business, trade, commerce, from the Utrecht University. He has strong managerial skills, both in academia and in practice of law, but also on-board membership. He is a certified trainer in mediation, arbitration, negotiation, and legal practice, and has also strong experience in business transactions. Professor Kayihura, please take the stage for the introductory note.
The guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the IGP, Rwanda National Police, my colleague, the Commandant, National Police College, dear colleagues, and I want also to associate myself to the protocol as was elaboratively presented. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is my greatest pleasure today to add my voice to that of the commandant of this college, but also to that of our guest of honor, to welcome you all to this 11th edition of the Security, Peace, Justice Symposium, jointly organized by the Rwanda National Police and the University of Rwanda through the National Police College and the Center for Conflict Management, respectively. I'd also like to sincerely express my gratitude to the leadership of the Rwanda National Police and the leadership of the National Police College for the continued collaboration efforts and for availing resources to annually organize this wonderful symposium for the benefit of our dear students and staff. The Security, Peace and Justice Symposium is an integral component of the Masters of Arts program in Peace Studies and Conflict Transformation that the University of Rwanda runs in partnership with Rwanda National Police. The symposium is an opportunity for the MA students and MA program as a whole to expand knowledge and skills beyond what they received in classes through the engagement of and between academics, global, regional, and national peace, security, and justice policymakers, as well as law enforcement players around issues pertaining to the program objectives. Such a platform is ideal for students to supplement theories with policy and practical experiences and consequently gain a deeper understanding of conflicts, security, peace and justice dynamics from African perspective, but also the global perspective. I'm sure whichever discussions will be held here will not only limit themselves to the African context, but can even go beyond. The Security, Peace and Justice Symposium consistently examines critical aspects of Africa's security, peace and prosperity, but often goes even beyond. For instance, in 2021, the symposium focused on the ways to confront emerging security threats in Africa. The following year, 2022, it concentrated on the role of good governance in promoting peace and security in Africa. Of course, you always hear in Africa because we want to always contextualize our discussions during this symposium. Last year's symposium examined the ways through which Africa can enhance justice to achieve sustainable peace and security. As you can realize it, this year's symposium theme is peace, security in evolving global dynamics, implications for Africa. Again, Africa comes. And it is a logical continuation of discussions that took place during the previous editions and connected to this year's symposium. The guest of honor, dear participants, as we gather here today, we find ourselves at a crucial juncture in history where the global landscape is marked by unprecedented challenges and opportunities. The discourse on peace and security is not merely academic. It is a pressing imperative that impacts the very fabric of our societies. To me, and as a legal professional, I'm deeply aware of the intricate interplay between law, order, and justice, and how these three elements converge to shape our collective security. Global peace and security trends are characterized by multifaceted tensions, resulting mainly from geopolitics, but of course with others, as I will enumerate them later. A quick scan of the global environment points out to several peace and security challenges resulting from or associated with one or more of the many elements that I will highlight, of which implications on Africa's stability. The lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Oftentimes we think that it is gone, but we are still faced with such challenges. And in one way or the other, they end up impacting on peace and security of our respective countries. The climate change and the challenges associated, as were ably elaborated by the Honourable Minister in his speech. Food and energy insecurity, the cyber security and insecurity, the migration crisis, violent extremisms, xenophobic behaviors and tendencies, like what we see today in the region, where people can get harassed to the level of death because of who they are, even when they did not choose to be. Effects of armed wars between different countries, we note and we wish to go extremely far away from where we are. We see what is happening in Russia and Ukraine, Hamas and Israel, and so many other armed conflicts as were elaboratively mentioned in earlier presentations. The shortfalls in development financing, the sovereign debt burdens, weaponizing of international trade, weak or poor governance systems. I say weak, sometimes to indicate that they are there, and I will come back to this later. But there are those that we can qualify as poor governance systems in some of our respective countries. Increasing divisions among global institutions, and just to mention a few. Despite all the above, a growing literature shows that Africa is more relevant than ever in a constantly evolving global context driven by continuous reconfiguration of geostrategic balances and constant reshuffling of power dynamics. Examples include the admissions of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20 on September 9th, 2023. A few weeks after, the BRICS Association welcomed Egypt and Ethiopia as new members, alongside Saudi Arabia, Iran, the United Arab Emirates, and Argentina. Both events signal Africa's strategic repositioning. Our question shall be whether this is enough for Africa. So far, Africa's growing global significance has largely been interpreted through the prism of geopolitical competition between the global superpowers. Intricately, in the West, the discourse is often fixated on challenging or even curtailing the growing influence of the other, especially China and Russia, while coming up with an offer, and offer in quotes, and strategy that charms African countries and charters new ways of doing business. The literature suggests that global powers and other smaller nations view Africa as strategically important. Several reasons, and many of them were earlier mentioned. But I just pick four of these. There is the natural resources extraction, energy security, new markets for trade and investment, and more importantly, today, as Soro is highlighted, is demographic dividend. In line with the above, Africa's abundance of those strategic sources, its favorable demographics and attractive growth prospects would give it a leverage in global affairs. One wonders whether these are actually acting as they should. However, despite the continent's bright prospects, peace and security continues to worsen in many African regions. While there have been some improvements in some countries in governance and democratic reforms, in others, domestic political volatility, weak institutions, and uncertainties continue to cloud the outlook. As a result, Africa as a collective remains weak, and its voice unheard despite its presence in many global fora due to competing interests between the powers that were mentioned earlier. Studies show that both exogenous and endogenous factors shape Africa's geopolitics and thus security and peace. Based on the existing studies, the main features of Africa's geopolitics can be summarized as follows. The fragmentation and disparities between subregions as well as between countries and between zones within the same country, the intrastate conflicts, the foreign covetous and the continuous search for, but also slow regional integration and cooperation among countries' states. Dear guest of honor, dear participants, one cumulative effect of the gaps above is that Africa's security and peace are compromised, which significantly affects continental economic prosperity. global crises continue to have direct impact on Africa's security and peace. For instance, the Russian-Ukraine ongoing conflict, the Israeli-Hamas wars have heightened the pre-existing geopolitical tensions and the implications they have on Africa as a whole. These tensions often lead to competition between global actors, as earlier mentioned, and Africa therein become a simple subject. Illustratively, since June 2022, high-level visits, including from China, Germany, Russia, France, and the United States, to more than 13 African states, illustrate the competition for Africa's hearts and minds. Renewed attention by global powers has raised concerns about whether Africa can defend its interests while international relations are increasingly strained. The scramble for Africa that we used to study in history books is brightly alive today more than ever. Maybe we may be expecting the partition to follow. For Africa to be able to stand firm and withstand all these pressures, it requires to strengthen its governance fabric. Governance is often the unsung hero in the discussions about peace, security, and justice. And yet, we all know that effective governance is the linchpin that holds together the intricate web of social, economic, and political structures within a society. It is the process through which decisions are made, resources are allocated, and powers are exercised. When governance is transparent, accountable, and inclusive, it can be a powerful catalyst for peace, security, and justice. And conversely, poor governance can lead to instability, to conflict, and of course to injustice. Only where African governments and institutions are strengthened to uphold values and professionalism, efficiency, and renewal shall we be able to study, predict, and mitigate these external pressures and threats to our peace, security, and justice. Our task today and tomorrow as the symposium participants is to reflect on the issues raised above and many others as discussions may suggest, and try to bring the answers to the following selected questions. We may have more questions than the ones I'll be listing as the discussions will be unfolding. The first question is, well, I will not have to number them, but what are the effects of global peace and security trends on Africa? How does Africa's peace and security landscape look like today? And what are the exogenous and endogenous factors influencing Africa's security and peace today? What response mechanisms are there in place, and how appropriate are they to advance Africa's interests, including those related to security, peace, and justice? How well do African states negotiate their strategic interests to prevent being drawn into global disputes, or to avoid it being on the table to be shared? In response to the global shocks, how can Africa build the resilience to achieve its lasting peace and prosperity? How ready is Africa to adapt itself to the changing security landscape involving sophisticated means and highly sophisticated technologies? It is my sincere hope that the symposium will shed light into these complex situations, advance academic debate, while coming up with practical recommendations to Africa's security, peace, and justice policy and practice. As a way of further dissemination, I wish to call upon the symposium organizing teams to document discussions that will take place here and generate research outputs. Here I mean articles, policy briefs, because if we do have our deep discussions here and they end up as shelf material, we shall not have aimed at informing further research and policy formulations. And it is on this note that I would wish to thank you all very much for your kind attention and wish you a fruitful discussions during these 2 days. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kayihura, for this introductory note. Kindly join me to welcome him again, to thank him with a round of applause. It's now time for panel 1, and this panel will be moderated by Dr. Alphonse Murefu. Before I invite him to take the stage, allow me to share with you the condensed version of his resume. Dr. Alphonse Murefu, who is the principal of the College of Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Rwanda, is a senior lecturer and, as I said, the acting principal of the College of Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Rwanda since 2019. Previously, he served as the director of the Center for Conflict Management, the CCM, and a lecturer at the University of Rwanda in the College of Arts and Social Sciences. He also worked with the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, the International Criminal Court, the ICC, and the Service of Gacaca Courts. He holds a PhD in law from Tilburg University, the Netherlands, a master's degree in international and European public law from Tilburg University, and a bachelor's degree from the then National University of Rwanda. Please join me to welcome Dr. Murefu to the stage as the moderator of panel 1.
A guest of honor, sir, a distinguished audience, I am privileged and excited to be moderating this first panel session. I have a distinguished panel of experts and professionals prepared to discuss for us under the theme Global Peace and Security Trends. To lay down the procedure of this discussion, I'm going to introduce each speaker, and after that, I will invite him or her to the podium. After I have invited all of them at the podium, I will give each between 10 to 15 minutes to make the first submissions. After their interventions, I will invite IGP, Rwanda National Police, who is going to be our discussant. Then I will proceed to ask a follow-up question to each discussant before I open the session to the audience. I would like to start by stating some facts describing our world today, some of which have already been discussed. According to the 2022 International Monetary Fund Global Inequalities Report, the richest 10% today own 52% of all global income, and the poorest half get just 8.5%. The University of Uppsala Conflict Data Program reports a highest increase in organized violence and armed conflict today since 1975. According to the report of the Secretary General of the United Nations titled The State of Global Peace and Security, the major trends related to global peace and security include human mobility, including refugee flows, forced displacement and migration, economic relations and trade, inequality, governance deficits and civic participation, digital technologies, climate change, disarmament and regulations of arms, among others. These trends, combined with the geostrategic tensions, are contributing to devastating and intricate conflicts, persistent violence, and cross-border crimes. The concepts of peace and security are very complex to understand because often people define them depending on the context and the purpose to be achieved. Professor Sherif Folalini will help us understand them, conceptually focusing on the state of the debate. To give you a very brief, short version of his extensive bio, Professor Sherif Folalini is an international relations and political science scholar who teaches at Texas State University in the United States. He has put in 25 years in the African and global university space as a teacher, mentor, supervisor, academic leader, and researcher. An alumnus of the University of Ibadan in Nigeria, where he started his teaching career. He reached the rank of full professor at Covenant University in 2017, becoming the institution's first professor of international relations. He is currently a full-time professor at the William P. Hobby Center for Public Service at Texas State University, faculty of the Department of Political Science, and editor-in-chief of the African Symposium issue of the American Society for Public Administration journal called Good Governance Worldwide. Help me to welcome Professor Sherif F. Folalini. The United Nations was created with one central mission: the maintenance of international peace and security. And the UN Charter provides for collective security. It prohibits states from the use of force and threat of use of force against other states in their relations. Of course, there are exceptions such as self-defense and when it is authorized by the UN Security Council, which has an obligation of adopting different measures, including the use of coercive force to maintain international peace and security. International humanitarian law, law of human rights, together with other regional and global instruments, plus a whole list of different institutions, including regional bodies, provide a normative framework for international peace and security. Lieutenant General Siddiq Daniel Traore will draw for us an overview of international peace and security normative framework. Lieutenant General Siddiq Daniel Traore was born on December 4th, 1957 in Bobo Dioulasso, Burkina Faso. During his nearly 45-year-long military career, Lieutenant General Traore served in higher positions within Burkina Faso military, including Commandant of the Georges Namuano Military Academy, Commandant of the Recruit Training Center, Commandant of the 6th Military Region, and Commander of the 2nd Military Region. He is also the former Force Commander, MINUSCA, from April 5th, 2020 to January 4th, 2023. Served in MONUSMA, Timbuktu Mali, and UNAMID as Sector Commander and Deputy Force Chief of Staff for the United Nations Mission in the Central African Republic and Chad from November 2009 to December 2010. He holds a master's degree in sociology and an advanced studies degree in methods in history and archaeology from the École Pratique des Hautes Études of Paris. He is currently a doctoral student in sociology at Joseph Kizebro University in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. I invite General Sadiq Traore to the podium. Protection of civilians in peace operations has historically been understood in predominantly military terms, where the military are used to protect civilians from imminent violent threats. The deployment of police and civilian officials in the protection of civilians has brought in some other dimensions and new forms of interventions. We will discuss these new developments and challenges in civilian protection. Participants need to understand the United Nations Police, in particular, how it implements its critical mandate of enhancing international peace and security in conflict, post-conflict, and other crisis situations. The question that is on everyone's mind is whether peacekeeping operations are succeeding in the protection of civilians since the introduction of police activities. Mrs. Christine Fossen will discuss the protection of civilians in the context of peacekeeping operations. Mrs. Fossen is the head of UN Police component in the UN UNMISS and vested with its overall command and direction. Mrs. Fossen joined the mission in November 2021. Prior to joining UNMISS, Commissioner Fossen held the position of Special Advisor at the Ministry of Justice in Oslo from 2019 to 2021. She represented the Norwegian Ministry of Justice in the United Nations Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations and worked on the Security Council team at the Ministry of Justice during Norway's time in the UN Security Council. She was daily in contact with the Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Norwegian Prime Minister, and the Norwegian Police Advisor to the UN in New York. In her 32 years career, Commissioner Fossen has a rich career with Norwegian Police Force as the police prosecutor, deputy police commissioner in Vadsø Police District, chief organized crime unit in Oslo Police Headquarters, head of the admissions board at the Norwegian Police University College, and head of Mission Temporary International Presence in Hebron. Commissioner Fossen holds a master's degree in law from the University of Oslo in Norway. Join me in welcoming our third panelist. Our distinguished audience, just as I introduced, each of our panel members will have about 10 to 15 minutes to make the first submissions. And now it is my turn to invite Professor Folarini to make his statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Mulefu. Good morning, everyone. I stand on existing protocols. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank very much the University of Rwanda and the Center for Conflict Management for the recommendation, and indeed the National Police College of Rwanda for inviting me here. It's a privilege to be here. I was sharing with them a couple of days ago that I'd always seen this college. I had never entered. I've been coming here for the past four years or more than that. So, and it's a very grand, coming for me. So thank you so much. It's also very important for me to let you know that I belong to the police family. So I learned a few things about, policing, and a few things about security, insecurity, peace, and all of that, even at the very rudimentary level, before I got to the university and before I can claim to be, a scholar or professor today. I had a grandfather who was in the rank of a police commissioner, and then announced, and of course, my uncle as well. Yes, it is important for us to put things in context, but then also to take it from the very least, from the very, the simplest, then before we get to the complicated. And for me as a teacher for the past 25, going to 26 years, I like to teach things in such a way that it will be to simplify things, not to make it complicated. Because I know so many theories and concepts are very complicated, particularly when it comes to security and peace. And that's why I like to always liken security and peace. And I intentionally call it security and peace, and I will let you know why. I like to kind of, see it from the point of view of a baby in the womb of her mother or his mother. And the baby kicks sometimes. And we all think that when baby kicks, it's because he's doing well. Sometimes when the baby doesn't kick, we feel that, oh, something is wrong somewhere. Sometimes we even want to rush to the hospital to tell the doctor, this is what is happening. But the fact is that when baby kicks, something is actually wrong. When the baby doesn't kick, something is actually fine. Now, it's either the mother is not well positioned, maybe when she's sleeping, or the mother is going into some very stressful, activity or exercise, or she's drinking, or she's smoking, or she's doing certain things that are not sitting well with the baby. So when the baby kicks, it's not fine. The baby should be resting and sleeping and enjoying himself or herself. But when the baby kicks, then that means that there's something fundamental that's taken away from the baby. So there's not going to be peace for the mother because the baby himself is not at peace with him or herself. And that's how to begin to look at the context of security and peace. Now, when the baby is born, you know what happens? The first thing the baby does is to cry, to yell. Yeah, and everybody's excited that thank God the baby is yelling. Now, the perception here in Africa is that if the baby does not cry or yell, something is fundamentally wrong. Either it's going to be a dull boy or a dull girl. So he has to yell. But let me tell you this, when the baby yells, something is fundamentally wrong again. There are two things here. First, the baby is leaving his comfort zone, finding himself in somewhere very, very different from where he had been for 9 months, or 7 months, or sometimes 6 months, it depends. And now, the second thing is, the baby is hungry. Now, let me tell you this. It is natural that, as you have, the biological and the, physiological makeup as it has been, designed for women and the babies in their womb to always be fed anytime they want. So anytime the thing just goes right into them because there is the natural way that this thing is done. But when the baby is born, that link is cut off. That connection is no longer there momentarily. So the baby cries. That's the second reason why the baby cries. And the moment he is suckled, the baby keeps quiet. That means things are fine. Now, that's to let us know that fundamentally, when something is missing, a lifeline is missing, there's going to be insecurity, there's going to be lack of peace. Peace will be elusive. And we must understand peace from this very, very, very seemingly very simple, context. But then there is also another flip side of it. And that's to let you understand the fact that man by nature is born to want to be obstinate, to be stubborn. And I will quote Hans Morgenthau, a very renowned professor, late professor of international relations. He was a realist professor, a political realist, or realpolitik, as we call it. He said, men do not fight because they have arms. Men fight because they deem it necessary to do so. If you take away their arms, they will fight with their bare fists. They will even bite with their teeth. They will use their claws, whatever it is they want to use. So we are born to be, to naturally want to be obstinate. And that also syncs with St. Thomas Augustine, who says that man has two natures. The nature of God, the good nature, and the nature of the devil, the bad nature. So it is important for us to understand that, whether we like it or not, okay? Peace, conflict, which is missing in our theme, would always, peace would always be elusive because of the way we are created. And in the same way, security might also be elusive, and indeed, conflict is bound inexorably to happen. Now, this is where I'm going. If we know that man has that nature, the evil nature, he has the tendency to be obstinate, he has the tendency to want to create problems, to foment trouble, then why should we want to multiply the troubles that are lurking around by denying him of the fundamentals of life? Why do we want to deny man of the basics, social infrastructure, health security, food security, education, good education? why would you want to also kind of, compound the problem? And that's exactly what is happening in the society, global society today. The fundamentals are lacking, and we know that man has the nature to be what? To be violent. Man is prone to it. So let me tell you this, I will still come to that, but the fact is that we invest so much in, security architecture, but we actually shy away from the fundamentals that can actually help us to eradicate, insecurity, or to kind of stem the tide of insecurity. And I'll be coming to that because we'll be looking at the major triggers of insecurity. But then there is something that, the Honorable Minister has said. He said almost everything, and indeed the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, and of course our dear moderator here. But there's something we must understand in terms of the, conceptualization of security and peace. Let me tell you this. Security is the precursor to peace. Many people always talk about peace first and then security. No. Where there is no security, there will be no peace. What is security? We must understand security by only deconstructing it. Because we have always had this, the conventional definition of security. It has to be that all the necessary paraphernalia of security are put in place, all the appropriate security architecture is constructed, and then there is stability, and then there is an atmosphere of calm and what have you, and things like that. But we also know that there is what we call, as has been mentioned, we have what we call fragile peace, and that is also negative peace, according to Johan Galtung, and then we have the positive peace. One thing is very clear, because of the nature of man that has been identified and the fundamentals that are always not there, there will always be the problem of, insecurity would always will persist. However, it is important for us to understand that it's only when we begin to understand that security is not just about putting all of this infrastructure in place. It's not all about doubling the size of the police. It's not all about doubling the size of the armed forces. It's not about ensuring that we put all the technology in place. If we do not remove those things that are called the triggers of insecurity, then we will continue to be in a circle. We will continue going round and round the circle. So what is security? And that is my own construction of it. Security is not just about putting all of this infrastructure in place, about seeing to it that the basics that keep man and woman together, that can actually make them not to kind of to invoke that obstinate nature, that so-called evil nature, a la St. Thomas Augustine, to see to it that those aspects of the nature that are seen to be untoward, those aspects are not brought out, they are not invoked. And that is when we have what we can call peace. So what are those things? And I mentioned them in passing, but I really want to repeat them now. Food is number one. When stomach infrastructure, as it is called in Nigeria, where you have taken care of the stomach, you have actually solved half of the problem of insecurity in the society. Take food out of it, you have solved half of the problems. 50% of the problems are solved. Then let there be a sustainable income, that is employment. Then you have solved another 30%, that is 80%. So you would need less of security officers or law enforcement. And that's a fact. And then you now put in the necessary things, such as there is recreation, where you get people positively engaged, particularly the youths. And you know that in Africa in particular, we have about 200 million youths. That is one of the statistics I was able to ferret out. It may be more than that. And then 20% of them they are unemployed. You know what that means? That is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So it's important for us to understand that security is about the good life, the availability of the good life, the intentional provision of the good life, so as to be able to have stemming of the tide of insecurity, conflict, and all the paraphernalia of it. So that's important for us to understand. Now, having said that, we must also remember this saying, very popular, I'm sure everybody knows this: a hungry man is an angry man. And I think I've been able to address that. Then there's also what we call an idle man, or an idle mind is a devil's workshop. So when we don't get people positively engaged, either by employment, or by recreational facilities, or by ensuring that we give them good education for them to be creative in their way, we just give any kind of education, then they are going to be dependent on the state, and the pressure on the state will be so enormous, and the state cannot provide all of these things. And that's why the state will now begin to contend with what? With the challenges of insecurity, such as criminality growing, the recruitment, fertile grounds for recruitment into armed gangs, into terrorist gangs, and the likes of them, banditry and the rest of them. And that is why it's important for us to really address the issue from the grassroots, and not just about looking at how we can bring in more technology into security architecture, doubling or tripling the size of the police or law enforcement and stuff like that. It's important for us to understand this. Now, when we know what the likes of J. Dollard and L. Dube, the Dollard-Dube hypothesis about frustration, anger, aggression, if you understand that hypothesis, then we understand that we need to look at the fundamentals, the grassroots, the real core, of insecurity, and not scratching the surface by looking at, how we can, kind of triple or increase the size of law enforcement and the rest of it. Now, where you have, exploitation. Look, this is in global context now, because we know there are several societies, so many countries around Africa, Latin America, Asia, where they go through all sorts of exploitation. They have fears and they have concerns about how some powers, whether Western or Eastern powers, are taking undue advantage of them. Where you have deprivation, exploitation, and you have suppression, because we have some states, sometimes states, they collaborate with foreign, actors to want to suppress the people when they actually are making demands, and they're putting pressure on the state to let them have what will be the, the lifeline for them to be able to stay. And when they are able to stay, when they get this lifeline, they are more likely to be less violent. They are less likely to be prone to this kind of thing that we are discussing today, and then we're going to have security, and we'll not need to waste too much of time and money on trying to kind of, build the security architecture. It will just be in place. And why do we have countries like Switzerland, even Botswana in Africa, or Namibia in Africa? Why do we have a very reduced rate of, crime, insecurity, and rest of them? Because they are getting it right. They are doing what they should do. Where are we getting it right in Rwanda as well? Because we have good, effective leadership and empathic leadership that's able to ensure that they're able to stem the tide, of the tendencies for insecurity. Now, quickly, let me look at the triggers, and then I will come to, how we can, at least reduce the tendency for this kind of explosion that we have had over the years in Africa and in the world. Now, hunger, like I mentioned, is number one trigger. In Africa, we have 280 million people that do not have access to food. They are only living from hand to mouth. In fact, the hand is useless because there is nothing to take from anywhere to put in the mouth. Then another 1 billion lack access to healthy food, okay? So, and we're about 1.5 million in Africa. And then we have 1.3 million not having food problem. We are sitting on the edge of the precipice. We are on the keg of gunpowder. In fact, there is nothing that can cause insecurity more than hunger. Please let us note that as a family here today. Then youth unemployment, and I will give you instances about this. Hunger, poverty, youth unemployment. Now, where you have 70 to 80% of the population of individual countries in Africa not being employed, and we are saying that Africa is the most youthful continent in the world, then we are saying that the youths are we are giving them, we are pushing them to the edge in such a way that sooner or later, that time bomb will explode. And that is the fact that the youths are going to be the veritable recruits, for armed gangs, particularly terrorist gangs, banditry, and what have you. And we're already seeing the manifestation in the Sahel, okay, in the Lake Chad region, in the Horn of Africa, Somalia, and the rest of them. We are seeing this even in Mozambique, where we are today, trying to stem the tide. But when we take care of the problem from the roots, we'll not have to be deploying military and then, spending so much money on security architecture. I remain on that. Now, let me give you 2 instances or 3 instances of why hunger, poverty, and unemployment, those 3 factors are really going to exacerbate the problem and put us in this conundrum again and again. Now, when there was one very notorious armed robber in Nigeria in the 1980s, his name is Lawrence Anini. I'm sure my DIG would remember the episode. Now, Lawrence Anini was so notorious that he was like a demigod in the whole of Midwestern Nigeria. But eventually, he was caught. And then he was asked, why did you go into this crime? He terrorized the whole of the Midwestern Nigeria so much that even the police, they were very apprehensive, of him. And then he said, it was, number one, he was very angry with the state. Why was he angry? He said there was a lot of, deprivation, a lot of poverty in the state. Not because he was poor alone, but he saw so many people that were poor around in that part of Nigeria. If it were possible for him, he would have ensured that he would have robbed almost everywhere, and he would have redistributed the wealth all over Nigeria. In other words, he saw that there was so much of social and economic deprivation coupled with inequality and sometimes injustices, and he felt that the best thing for him to do was to go into armed robbery. So, and let me tell you how most of what he stole in terms of money, because he was always stealing and killing, he was not sparing his victims. He would take all the money and then kill them. And you know what he said? He said by the time, and it was very evident, and I'm sure my DIG can corroborate that, when he took all of this money, 70% would be shared to market women, shared to people, the homeless, shared around to people, and then he would have just about 30% left. And the 30% was to keep them, his gang together, to keep them fit, to get more weapons and go and rob more. So you see what that means. So it's a state that does not pay attention to some of these fundamentals, particularly poverty, will continue to kind of, remain in this, this quagmire, and we'll continue to fight endlessly insecurity. So it's better for us to understand that. Now, Boko Haram, many of the members, when they were caught, and then they were kind of going to repent, according to them, they said it was because of what? Because of hunger in the land, unemployment, poverty. Now, some of them were really educated people. Some of them were even people from the, what's it called now? This north central of Nigeria, a place that was hitherto a very peaceful place. They would go to the Bororo, the northeastern Nigeria, and then they were kind of finding attractive all of the advertisements and all of the things that the Boko Haram organization, all of the things that it was throwing to them, the apple carts that were being thrown at them. And then, of course, they were running along. And then they were becoming recruited into Boko Haram. And many of them had to confess that if not, they were angry with the state, no doubt. Let's not forget the fact that in 2003, the law enforcement were very hard on them when they killed many members, including Muhammadu Yusuf and the rest of them. They were very hard on them. But that was just one of the problems. I think the major problem was that it was hunger. It was a trigger. And there's something about triggers of insecurity. They are always there. They will always be there. But it only needs someone to pull the trigger. It only needs just one person to pull the trigger. And let me quickly mention this before I now come to my conclusion. And when we in 1789, when we had, before the French Revolution, there had always been the triggers for the revolution. The ingredients for change were there, but there was no one to pull that trigger. It was until Napoleon Bonaparte, came, and then he became the ideologue, he became the man, the set man, he became the one that was, riling and then, of course, revving the people and then ideologically leading them. And eventually, there was a revolution. Now, that's the good side of, conflict. But then what about the odious side of conflict, which, of course, is very, very multiple, plethora cases of it. And then let me now quickly come to my conclusion in terms of how to stem the tide. Now, it is only commonsensical that if I say hunger is a major problem, then let us deal with hunger. In Africa, let us deal with hunger all over the world. Now, but it's important for us to have an effective, a very kind, and empathic, leadership, and then good governance. Good governance is so crucial to ensuring these things are working. I look at Burundi and I look at Rwanda, and I've always said this, and I have no repentance. I'm not apologetic about it. And I said, these are supposed to be twins, and they became independent at the same time, the same day, on the 2nd of July, 1962. And look at where Rwanda is, look at where Burundi is. And that's why I'm very curious to go to Burundi and see what exactly is going on there. And I've told one of my colleagues and friends, I need to go and really see. I've seen a lot of images. And I've seen, one of the images I saw recently is the table of the president that has a white cloth. Even me, I will not put that sort of white cloth on the table, receiving President Ruto of Kenya. So it shows that there's something wrong. Leadership is the problem. Leadership may be the problem for Burundi. Leadership is a success factor in Rwanda. And that is why it's important for us to always kind of replicate this kind of leadership all across Africa, indeed all across the world. Then again, we need to invest massively in social infrastructure, okay, to increase human capacity. We're not going to, the essence of social infrastructure is to improve the capacity of men. When you improve the capacity of men and women, then you're going to get them positively engaged, because you'll be positively thinking, and they will not be idle. They will not be a devil's workshop. Devil will not kind of own them and use them to begin to operate and then, destroy the state as it were. Food security, very, very crucial, because the more you have people not hungry, the less likely you're going to have them to say they want to join Boko Haram, or they want to join ISIS, or they want to join Al-Shabaab and the rest of them. Then job creation, very crucial. I don't need to overflog that. Then the quality of education is very important. And the education that must be, the curriculum for our education in Africa and all over the world should be that teaches morals, not just ideas. The problem I have, I was in a class sometime, in my university back in the States, and one of the students, said that, sir, there's something very unique about the way you teach us, and it is very uncommon here. You don't just come to class and begin to teach with slides. You come and you tell us things that are really very organic, that can change our lives, and that this is more. I told them, look, in Africa, where I come from, the first thing that you are awarded a degree for is character. The second thing is learning. Learning is not learning before character, but incidentally here, it's just learning. Nobody mentions character. We must teach our people character, good morals, because without good morals, education is useless. That's why you have corruption all over. People have gone to school, but they are not educated. People have gone to school, but there are no good morals. Because why? We only want people that have first class, not people that have strong character or good character. It's important that we note that. Then, finally, peace education, very important. And this is where my late grandfather, who was the commissioner of police, and my aunt come in. They always told me, Sheriff, integrity is very important. Again, one thing you must learn is never be a burden on anyone. And those who know me, who are close to me, even in Rwanda, they will tell you that I don't want to be a burden on anyone. And one of the reasons why you have, reduced, rate of insecurity in the world is when we actually have this teaching from home. When we know that we're not going to be a burden on anyone. I will not want to steal your money. I will not want to kind of attack your territory. I don't want to seize your land. There are many other issues like climate change which I have not mentioned, because I know we have enough time to discuss all of these things. So it's important that this peace education begins with us, and it starts from home. So if we are parents, let's begin to teach our children. Little drops of water make an ocean. When we start to teach them peace education from home, I'm very sure that by the time they grow up, they will not depart from it. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. You emphasized, I think, development very well. And maybe the question you will think about when it comes to the time of Q&A is, given the fact that security threats are these days cross-border, and they demand corrective interventions, yet countries at different levels of development and different levels of interest in what they prioritize. Is it possible to think of a theory of peace and security, or this is something that we should keep as an individual state level? But we very much understood development, but not only development, but also justice of it. So keep thinking about that. Now I invite the Lieutenant General to give his submissions.
Good morning. The Minister of Justice, all protocol duly observed. I would like first of all to thank Rwandese national authorities and the police authorities for inviting me to these symposiums. I would like also to apologize for my English. We used to call it Frenglish. It's a mixture of French and English. But this is why I will have to stick a little bit to my writings. The main objective of this symposium is to foster, I think, mutual understanding, capacity building, experience sharing, and collaboration among different stakeholders in order to strengthen effort to promote peace, security, and justice, in the world global scale, and also it is an opportunity to share experiences, best practices, and challenge in the crucial areas of peace, security, and justice. By encouraging dialogue and cooperation, we could move toward a safer, fairer, and more peaceful world for all. And Rwanda has made remarkable progress in rebuilding the sector after the 1994 genocide. The symposium will also be an opportunity to highlight Rwanda's successes while identifying areas where further improvement is needed. The central theme, peace and security in changing global dynamics, implication for Africa, has been split in 4 panels, and we are the first, and we have to discuss about overview of international normative frameworks in matter of peace and security. This sub-theme is very relevant in the current turbulent global context of the world. What analysis should be made of the meaning of the concept of peace and security from theoretical and practical perspective in an evolving global dynamic, and what implication for Africa? So I want to talk a little bit about this concept before to go deeper in the discussion. Analyzing the meaning of the concept of peace and security from theoretical and practical perspectives in changing global dynamic can be complex, but essential to understanding the challenges and opportunities facing Africa. Here are some key points to consider. Theoretical perspectives. We have 3 theoretical perspectives: the liberal, the realist, and the constructivist perspectives. On the liberal side, according to the liberal theory, peace and security are closely linked to democracy, human rights, economic development, and international cooperation. From this perspective, peace is seen as the result of building strong international institutions, promoting trade and prosperity, and respecting the democratic norms. On the realist side, realist theories view peace and security as primarily the result of power and the balance of power between states. These emphasize national security, military deterrence, and the pursuit of security through strategic alliances and military preponderance. And finally, the constructivist theory argues that peace and security are socially constructed through shared norms, identities, and discourses. From this perspective, cooperation, trust, and mutual understanding are essential to establish peace relations between international actors. The practical perspective, armed conflicts and instability. Africa faces a variety of armed conflicts, political crises, and intercommunal violence that threaten peace and security on the continent. These conflicts can be fueled by factors such as poverty, and my predecessor has talked lengthily about poverty, economic inequality, ethnic tensions, political rivalries, and foreign interventions. In the practical perspective, we have also terrorism and extremism. Africa also faces challenges related to terrorism and violent extremism, including the threat posed by groups such as Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, and the Islamic State in Western Africa, and also in my country, Burkina Faso. These groups seek to destabilize government, sow terror among civilian populations, and challenge state authorities. We have also the regional and continental cooperation in the practical perspective. Despite this challenge, Africa has also seen progress in the regional and continental cooperation on peace and security organizations such as African Union, the Economic Community of Western Africa States, ECOWAS, and the East African Community, EAC, play an important role in conflict prevention, crisis mediation, and maintaining peace on the continent. The implication for Africa: Africa must commit to building strong institutions for conflict prevention, management, and resolution. This includes strengthening the capacity of regional and continental organizations, as well as promoting democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Regional and continental cooperation is essential to address common security challenges, including the fight against terrorism, transnational crimes, and interstate conflict. Africa must also strive to promote inclusive economic and social development in order to reduce inequalities, create opportunities for all, and build more resilient and peaceful societies. In summary, analyzing the concept of peace and security from a theoretical and tactical perspective highlights the complexity of the challenge facing Africa, but also the opportunity to build a more peaceful and prosperous future on the continent. How is the theme, overview of international normative framework on peace and security relevant in the current global context? This theme is extremely relevant in the current global context for several reasons. There is a complexity. One of the reasons is the complexity of global challenge. As you know, the world is now interconnected. It means that we are sharing together opportunity, but we are also sharing together challenges. This makes it very complex to overcome. We have also the importance of international cooperation, the issue of protection of human rights, and the strengthening of the rule of law. In summary, in a world facing complex and interconnected security and peace challenges, international normative framework play a crucial role in providing principles, norms, and mechanisms to promote international cooperation, protect human rights, and strengthen the rule of law globally. What are the legal framework and international standards in promoting global peace and security? There are several legal framework and international standards that play a crucial role in promoting peace and security globally in the world and in Africa. Here I'm going to talk about the main of them. At the world level, we have the Charter of the United Nations. The UN Security Council resolution also is part. The Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The Chemical Weapon Convention and the Biological Weapon Convention. The Armed Trade Treaty, ATT. The Geneva Convention and its additional protocols, and the genocide conventions. The International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. We have also the regional peace of agreements which are part of. At the African level, we have the African Union Charter, the Protocol of Conflict Prevention and Resolution, African Standby Forces, the regional mediation initiatives. And now, another question I want to make, how is Rwanda contributing to the implementation of the United Nations resolution regarding peace and security in the African Great Lakes region, Africa, and in the world? Rwanda plays a very active role in promoting peace and security in the African Great Lakes region, Africa, and the world by contributing to the implementation of United Nations resolutions and participating in various regional initiatives and international. There are some ways Rwanda is contributing for this effort. Participation in UN peacekeeping operations. In all the UN peacekeeping operations I've been, I work with Rwanda troops, police and military. So on this ground, the participation of Rwanda is very great. Mediation and preventive diplomacy. Rwanda is also playing an active role in mediation and preventive diplomacy. The fight against terrorism. You have supported many countries in this issue by fighting the terrorism in Africa. Promotion of justice and human rights. I will not detail. Engagement and sustainable development initiative. You have also made many initiatives in this ground. In summary, Rwanda plays a significant role in promoting peace, security, and stability in Africa and the world by actively contributing to the implementation of the United Nations resolution and participating in various regional initiatives, international efforts aimed at resolving conflict, strengthening the rule of law, and promoting sustainable development. And in light of this examination of this international normative framework on peace and security, what are the opportunity and the challenge that could be identified for Rwanda in terms of promoting peace, security, and justice in sub-regional African and global level? The opportunities are active participation in regional and international initiatives, strengthening regional partnership, promotion of human rights and justice, investment of sustainable development. When you have opportunity, you have also some challenge. The challenge, but it's not only for Rwanda, but mainly for almost all Africa, it is the persistent regional conflicts in Africa. This is one of our main challenges. The transnational threat. Now, as you know, even, for example, for the terrorism, they don't know borders of countries. It's a transnational. They can start from one country and end in another country. It's sometimes even a regional issue. Economic and social development. On this ground, you can never say, I have ended with economic and social development. You still have something to do. And this is mainly for Africa to fight against poverty, to be part also of the developed countries in the world. So, having identified the opportunity and challenge, what could be some of the recommendations we can make? We need For recommendation, we need to strengthen regional cooperations. To be engaged with international institutions, to work hardly for human rights and justice, to also invest much in sustainable development, and to really have a good use all the time in dialogue and reconciliation when we have issues. I would like to end here. I don't want to address all the points, so I can leave some of the points to the participants, which will be part of our discussion. Je vous remercie infiniment. J'en ai fini.
Merci beaucoup. I will probably also leave you with one question to reflect on, and this is the question about the will. You have clearly demonstrated the normative framework from international to regional, but having an obligation is one thing, but the will or capacity to implement it is another. So probably you would be reflecting on that. As I invite the Commissioner to make her statement, and she has a PowerPoint presentation to share. I ask my colleagues in the booth to project it.
Thank you, and it's still morning, so good morning to everyone. Minister of Justice, it was an honor to hear in your opening remarks that you quoted one of my professors back in my time at the university in Norway, Professor Johan Galtung, even though I'm a lawyer, but I had some classes with him as well. So thank you, it was nice to hear. Distinguished guest, especially to my dear friend, the IGP, Mr. Felix, all the organizers here and participants, and also it's very good to see my good colleague here, Police Commissioner Christophe in MINUSCA, which I know is representing Rwanda in a very proud way in his work in MINUSCA. So dear all, once again, thank you so much for inviting me, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me that I stand before you here today to express my heartfelt gratitude for the invitation to this esteemed symposium on peace, security, and justice. And I really want to extend my deepest thanks to the organizing committee. And just to one of my colleagues here, as a mother of 3, I really like the way you commented on the babies in the mother of, because I had 3 boys, and they yelled a lot when they came out, and they were very uncomfortable leaving their stomach they had been placed in for 9 months. But so I really recognize what you were saying. I will try to all of you to really now go down to how UN police, how we protect the civilians in the context of peacekeeping operations. And my experience is based on my 2.5 years now in South Sudan, where we are doing our best with 700 individual police officers from 8 countries at the moment, 48 PCCs from all over the world who are individual police officers. We are not, as in other missions, we are not armed, but we do have also 4 formed police units. We're lucky to have 2 from Rwanda, 1 from Bentiu and 1 from Nepal. I'll come back to how we utilize both the individual police officers and how we utilize our formed police units, which are essential when we're doing our work as protecting the civilians in the context of peacekeeping in South Sudan. As we delve into the discussions on how to enhance peacekeeping operations, promote justice, and to ensure security for all, let us all bear in mind that every effort we make towards peace, security, and justice brings us one step closer to a world where everyone can live in dignity and hope. And I do recognize what has been said by my predecessors here on the panel, that food security, good governance, and the role of the state of governance and the rule of law is essential. But I will have to focus in my speech now on how we as UNPOL, United Nations Police, try to build good governance, build a good rule of law, and to support the National Police Service in South Sudan. As you are aware, let me put them forward here. Yeah. The United Nations mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, was initially established on the 9th of July 2011 under the Security Council Resolution 1996-2011 with the intent to renew for further periods as needed. Since then, the mandate of UNMISS has been renewed constantly by the Security Council, determining that the situation in South Sudan continues to pose a threat to international peace and security in the region. Currently, under the Resolution 2729 from this year, the Council has extended the UNMISS mandate until April next year, 2025. Acting under Chapter 7 of the Charters of United Nations, UNMISS implements its mandate which includes 4 pillars. And number one and foremost is protection of civilians. Secondly, we are there to create conditions conducive to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Third, we are to support the implementation of the revitalized agreement and the peace process, including support to holding elections, recognizing the right of South Sudan to elect their own government. And fourth, monitoring, investigating, and reporting on violations of humanitarian and human rights law. Currently, as I mentioned, with the numbers we have, the boots we have on the ground, we are deployed in 10 states across the South Sudan. And in all states, and we also deploy, we are a very integrated mission. We work very closely with all components and also with force. So we have, under my command, we have started to deploy to the TOBs, the temporary operating bases, together with the force components, because we see, the force commander and I have discussed that if we're going to reach out to the far out communities, we need to be in the places where we're not only in the field offices, but out in the field where we can deploy with a few police officers, but with force protection and with the knowledge and skill set and mindset of police officers, we can reach farther out to the communities and we can discuss and promote security together with the national local police. We have also seen the importance of having Arabic-speaking police officers mainly from Jordan and Egypt. We have some from Tunisia as well, because many in South Sudan, they only speak either their local language or Arabic. And if we are to reach far out, it's good for us to have Arabic-speaking police officers as United Nations Police. In this way, we can protect people with preventive and visibility patrols. We can have confidence and trust-building patrols. We do cordon and search operations to maintain civilian nature of the POC site in Malakal. We only have, in South Sudan, there's only one POC site left, protection of civilian site. There we are present with Rwanda Foreign Police Unit, who are there to protect the civilians 24/7. We have an outer perimeter security with force, but for the POC itself, with nowadays it's about 42,000 people there. They're all protected by the Rwanda police force, and then together with the IPOs, the individual police officers, we have in Malakal around 85. They, on a daily basis, conduct all different activities within the POC site to support the IDPs living there. We also then do the cordon and search operations to promote the security for the people living there. Sorry, sometimes I like to talk more than to read, so I just need to. And that's why, because some of these speeches, when you get them from somebody else, they put in so many fluffy words, and I'm a simple Norwegian lady, grandmother from Norway, so I like it to be a little bit more simple, so that's why I'm talking more than I'm reading, so I just need to jump a little bit down here. Our mandate changed the last years because especially for the police, because after the last war in South Sudan in 2016, several POC sites, protection of civilian sites, were established. And UNPOL got the important role with the FPUs and the IPOs to protect these sites, protect the civilians. But then the government started to engage, so in 2020, 2021, many of these sites were handed over to the government. So as per day, we are only protecting the civilians within the POC site in Malakal. The other IDP camps in Bentiu, a huge IDP camp with more than 100,000 people living next door to the UNMISS base, are the responsibility of the government. The same in Juba, the same in Wau, and also in Bor. But these places, oh, I forgot to push, yeah. Now, okay. Sorry? Yeah, okay, you can see this picture. But for these places, we still have the mandate to protect the civilians, but it is the responsibility of the government. So that means we as UNPOL, we are in very, very close coordination with the local police. And we have just seen some tensions, conflicts, killings in the IDP camp in Juba, very close to UNMISS, where we have our base, our compound. And here we now saw the very, very good interaction from the local police. They took the positions, they took control of the security, and we are there supporting them, giving them advice, and we are ready to take action if needed. But it is important, this is the responsibility of the government to protect their own civilians. But we try as much as we can to interact with them and support them. Further on, we also do carry out a number of coordinated activities with the community watch groups, both in Malakal, in the POC site, and in all other IDP camps around South Sudan. So we are trying to coordinate all these activities and working with them. We have also engaged communities and National Police Service through the existing and newly established what we call police community relation committees. This is to engage the local communities to maintain law and order and to mentor, monitor, and advise on site trainings, sensitization, and workshops on conflict management and reconciliations. We do this also to build trust between the local police and the communities, and we are just there to facilitate and support both the police and the communities. We also, in these with these community watch groups and with these PSCRCs, we promote the roles of community leaders. We bring the woman to the table, and we also address the youth and the role they need to play. Especially, it's important for us to reach out to the woman, and I know there's several PCCs here. We have in UNPOL so many beautiful female peacekeepers from the African region, which are really, really helpful, reaching out to their African sisters, mothers, and others who are in these POCs, the IDP camps and the POC site, and really to engage and to sensitize with them. We conduct further on routine and targeted patrols in the POC site and in the communities and the surroundings, but we are a little bit affected of the occurrences of intercommunal and armed youth clashes, which have led to more displacement of people, which has also affected our UNPOL expansion of footprints outside the POC in Malakal, and also also in the IDP camps, and especially in the Jonglei area, and what has happened in Malakal last year, and also tensions ongoing. We also see some effects from the war in Sudan. Okay, let me move you for the pictures. We are in all ways our main partner in everything we do in South Sudan is to coordinate and to cooperate with the National Police Service. We coordinate our activities, and we also coordinate engagement from our side to provide safe and secure environment. We address sensitization programs, and we raise awareness about human rights and security of civilians outside all of these camps. Nationally, regionally, and locally, UNPOL leadership persistently engages with the National Police leadership to ensure fulfillment of strategic objectives as outlined in the mandate. I meet on a regular basis, if I'm in mission, every other week with the IGP, and my local commanders meet as often as possible out in the regions, in all states, to address issues we need to discuss with them. We continuously monitor, mentor, and advise National Police Service at all levels. And for example, in Malakal, last year we built a police post outside the POC site where we co-locate on a daily basis from morning to night with the National Police Service. So hopefully when they take over the responsibility for the POC site themselves, they will be in a better condition and shape to really monitor the human rights and conduct investigations and security arrangements. We also, on a daily basis, there are about 607 police divisions and stations across South Sudan. On an average per week, UNPOL co-locates at 114 police stations with NPS police officers. I strongly believe that this daily co-location activity, mentoring, guiding, and advising the colleagues of the National Police Service is of great importance. And luckily also the IGP supports this initiative and the planned and arrange, because we combine these co-locations with also trainings on human rights, the use of power, to investigate SGBV and so forth. We use these daily co-location activities to also expand what kind of trainings do this region need, how can we support the local police in police domains like investigation, human rights, SGBV, CRSV, traffic duties, front office management, recording of detentions, in reporting writing, etc., etc. We also engage on a widely scale with the communities on the SGBV, talking about the sexual gender-based violence and how to also to prevent, because we cannot, because the rule of law is absent in many areas of South Sudan. So it's mostly important to address the issues with the communities, how to prevent many of these cases ongoing, and to sensitize the communities. I forget to push. Yeah, here you see some of our engagements. They refer to all different kinds, and we have signed an agreement with human rights in UNMISS. We go with rule of law, of course, very often. So we try to engage on a wide scale in all UNMISS activities. Just as it's been said here, if you're going to build good governance in South Sudan, you need to build it on the whole scale. But you also need a well-functioning police and a chain of justice to work if you're going to build good governance. So we support NPS with, there's a lot of numbers here, I'm going to spare you for all the numbers, but just to tell you that we really, across the whole nation, we do trainings on human rights, SGBV, trainer programs, we have crime investigation workshops, community policing, child protection right leadership in general, and we also, as I said, conduct co-locations. We do, as in all missions, we have quick impact projects where we discuss with the local police where do you need any support from my side to build small police stations or other small things we can provide through our funding. and now we are discussing with the IGP on how can we support them in building a training center for the national police. And we are also looking into how, and I think I have some donors, that we can refurnish some training centers in Juba. And also we have identified training centers in each state where we're looking for donors so the NPS has a place to train and to work on their competence and their skill set. We also are deeply engaged in cattle raiding. We see that cattle raiding is one of the issues that really affects the conflicts in South Sudan, and with the cattle raiding comes the child abductions. It's sometimes extremely sad to see how many children who are abducted and taken away from their parents, or the females are taken away when they do the cattle raiding and the child abductions. So we work with civilian affairs and our other partners in the mission and really try to push this forward. We're utilizing Uganda and hopefully now soon Kenyan police officers with the expertise on this to support the national police in how to work with the cattle raiding and to avoid these things to happen. Well, there you see more pictures on what we're doing as UNPOL. Okay, I talk much faster but I think you got the idea. I'm very proud to say we have one specialized police team, and the specialized police team are experts on SGBV, sexual gender-based violence. They have one important role, and that is to train the trainers for the National Police Service. We have done so, and we do see the effect that the local trainers, we have trained them. We have been there present with this team for several years. They are now conducting their own trainings on SGBV in the States with the support from UNMISS. The problem for many places is that there's no chain of justice. There's no court system really functioning. So now we're also working with rule of law, establishing mobile courts in certain areas where we go together with rule of law and we work with case by case with the government and the prosecutors, and we train them as the cases go along. So at least you see some justice, some accountability in some states. That's why, but also the specialized police team spent a lot of time sensitizing the communities, training the UNPOL officers so they can go out and sensitize the communities. Because as I said, when the chain of justice is a little bit broken in South Sudan, at least we can address some of these issues to the communities and to tell them how can you prevent crimes from happening. And I think we do that all over the world. We try to prevent crimes from happening. So we are building this role of the communities and also to build trust with the National Police Service. The next thing I'm really proud to say we're doing, which really also is a part of building good governance, and is to promote women, peace and security. We have in Juba in South Sudan established a National Police Service Women Security Network. Together with them, we have this year, and with the great support from some donors, we have this year started an 8-week training for 40 police women who we are doing this together with the National Police Service. We are training them for 8 weeks, and we're training them to be able to promote higher positions or to reach higher positions. And we train them based on the South Sudanese legal system and the policing philosophy. And we have chosen the 40 participants in very close coordination with the National Police Service and headquarters. And last week we got the great support from the Ministry of Interior, and she said she would promote this training and she would make sure we can do more classes. And then we will hopefully be able to run this as a long-term training, and we can scale up and down on the classes to build good governance, to build good competences for the local police. We are, as I said, coordinating with all other parts in the mission. I think yes, I'm saving you for a lot of long sentences and blah, 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 blah. So I will because I just want to be factual on what we're doing. Some of the challenges we have is that we are to really effectively implement the mandate. We are, here you see from, this is the opening. I'm very proud because this has been one of my babies since I came, is how I'm coming from. I have been a police commissioner for more than 20 years in Norway. One of the few, even in my country, pushing the glass ceiling. So when we finally managed to have this, open this training with 40 policewomen from the mid-level in Juba, I was very proud. And now the Minister Angelina, the Minister of Interior, and the IGP is in great support. And we have strong donors behind us, which means that we will be able to run this forward. Which is important, because if you're going to create peace and security, you need also to have the gender equality. And I think Rwanda is a great model. All FBU commanders who have served with me in as long as I've been in Juba have been females. Your contingents are always almost 50% females. So I think Rwanda is a role model in this matter, and hopefully this training can also be supported with you from in the future. Our challenges is that we are a lot, because of the security situation for UNPIL, we are depending on force to expand our footprints. We are depending on force protection, but we do have a good cooperation with force. We do see bureaucracy in National Police Service authorities and their reluctance to provide critical information to UNPIL on personal strength, which really hinders us a little bit in really supporting them on the technical side of the reform process. It's time-consuming to process MOFA clearances, safety assurances, and entry visas for deployment of FBU personnel and equipment. We are at the moment stuck with not being able to get 60 new FBUs coming in. We're working on it. We have some technical and logistical challenges facing the National Police Service to effectively function and to respond to incidents, because the lack of vehicles, the lack of technical support to do their job. We do see a lot of intercommunal communal clashes within communities affected by armed conflict, cattle raiding, and mitigation of cattle herders. We have also a challenge with the absence of funding and will by the MPS to support and sustain gains in areas of police-community relations, which led to we have some areas where we have dysfunctionality of the PCRCs after initial launch with their limited of engagement and support in crime prevention. We also see, and we're working on this together with human rights, prolonged detention and human rights abuses for suspect pending cases awaiting trials. A huge issue is the lack of vehicles at police stations. The MPS are not able to respond to the incidents they should. And then, of course, we have challenges, but we're working closely with the National Police Service when it comes to the elections. We are working them to support them in all matters when it comes to election security. I strongly believe we must continue to also use the United Nations Police and also counterparts in protection of the civilians. It is not an operational objective, but also a moral, and underscores the very essence of our humanity. Peacekeeping mission stands as a testament of our collective commitment to peace, stability, and human rights. So yeah, this is also some pictures from where we're stopping this SGBV. Yeah, this is a lot of numbers. I'm going to spare you for this. This is some of the challenges we have, as I just discussed about the challenges. But I think invaluable contributions of our peacekeepers who serve with courage and compassion in the most trying circumstances continue to bolster efforts, and their experience and participation in training, patrolling, co-location activities, and other activities in line with Security Council mandated tasks are crucial in crafting sustainable peace and security in South Sudan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much. We are now going to go into the funny part, which is of Q&A. But before we do that, as I said, we'll be inviting the IGP, Rwanda National Police, but also, Commissioner, for you to be reflecting on this question when you are going into that fun part, you've clearly stated how you work with the National Police, and which is ideally the case because the primary responsibility is for the state to protect its citizens. Maybe the fundamental question, which you might not have experienced in your case, is what do you do when the state is the threat to the security of civilians? And while you're reflecting on that, maybe this is a question of curiosity from someone who is not a police officer, but how does it feel for a police officer not to have the ability to arrest and detain? Now I invite the Commissioner General of Police, IGP Felix Namhoran, to give his interventions.
Thank you, moderator. We remember the question you asked from the beginning. Is peacekeeping succeeding in protection of civilians? And now you have even complicated it further. What if peacekeeping is protecting civilians from threat of the very state it is collaborating with to protect civilians? Very complicated question. But when they put my friend Commissioner Christine on this panel on this question, they first said Christophe was to be the discussant in this panel on this question. Then at some point I said, these two people are active head of police component in UN today. How are they going to answer this question? The question of whether peacekeeping is succeeding in protection of civilians. I said, how is Christine going to answer this question? Will it be a big yes? Maybe. How is Christophe going to be a discussant? Is he going to support the big yes? Maybe. Then at some point I called the commandant and called Christophe on teleconference. I said, I'm the discussant here. Christophe shift to be a discussant somewhere else. So that I bring in another version, probably a bit controversial. Whether UN will employ me after this version, I have no idea. And I'm not going to say a big yes, because some yeses have been said already. But I know very well that there are many cases and many places where peacekeepers were not successful in protecting civilians. And we don't need to go very far from this hall, very far from this province, very far from this country to demonstrate that at some times UN fails to protect civilians. You will not disagree with me because you are in Rwanda and you know what happened in Rwanda. So much has been written and said about the reasons why in some cases peacekeepers fail to protect civilians. Most interested actors, researchers also tend to attribute this failure to what they call unclear mandates, unrealistic mandates, limited resources, coordination problems. Former Force Commander will not disagree with me. And sometimes limited numbers of peacekeepers and their low levels of training. All of these are certainly serious challenges to the effectiveness of peacekeeping in the protection of civilians' mandate. But the United Nations has been addressing these issues without necessarily achieving the protection of civilians in practice. And this therefore raises other questions. And they raises many other questions which are different from the issue of unclear mandate, the issue of unrealistic mandate, the issue of numbers of peacekeepers, all those issues notwithstanding. UN has today, especially ever since the establishment of or creation or emerging concept called responsibility to protect. UN has been clearer in its mandates, most of the time even allowing forces to use force. So why have they not effectively protected civilians, even when and after most of these issues were significantly addressed? So I will pause and ask more questions than provide answers for Christophe and Christine, and to some extent General Sadiki, see if they have more answers to these. And I'm going to use some examples. How forcefully can peacekeepers be willing to engage themselves in an internal conflict of a foreign country trying to protect local civilians of that country? How forcefully can they be willing to engage if death is even at stake, their death, if it's at stake? In other words, if peacekeepers were to come across militia attacking civilians, would they have a moral duty to protect those civilians and attack, especially if the life of those peacekeepers is itself in danger? And when one tries to extend this question further to where these peacekeepers come from to come and protect civilians in another country, another question comes up. If the failure of any UN peacekeeping mission is at the end of the day going to be attributed to something called international community, why would troop contributing countries be eager to send their troops in danger to protect or to engage with an armed group? If the person to blame at the end of the failure is a person called international community, who is he? Who is she? These two questions call for another most important question. What practical measures can UN take to improve the effectiveness of its peacekeeping operations with regard to protection of civilians? In other words, what is it that can be done to ensure that troop contributing countries are more willing to offer peacekeepers that would be ready to risk their lives in operations that need to use force to protect civilians? So there is therefore need to understand why peacekeeping and peacekeepers still fail in this mission, even when their mandate about protection of civilians is clearer, their resources are increased, their manpower is strengthened. Why do they actually fail? The scenario today is that countries A, B, C, and D contribute to a peacekeeping operations, but the failure to achieve the goals of the operations is mostly attributed to the larger UN, to the larger international community, who in actual fact bears responsibility of that failure. In contrast, if country A was to be given mandate to ensure only country A, instead of A, B, C, D, ensuring protection of civilian in country X. If country A was to be given mandate to ensure successful achievement of a specific peacekeeping operation in country X, then the credibility of country A is put at stake. In other words, again, the success or failure of the mission is entirely to bring about pride in case of success or shame in case of failure to country A, not to an animal unseen called international community. The blame on death of people in country X would therefore be almost exclusively oriented to country A. But the realization of the peacekeeping goals, such as the ability to protect civilians who would otherwise be killed in country X, would be totally attributed to country A. Then country A has interest in achieving the goals of this kind of peacekeeping operation. Today, the logic of what happens is like this. Many countries with different interests, and even with already conflicting and sometimes confrontational interests back home, are put together, given to force commander and to police commissioner, and given mandates in the overall interest of unknown international collective responsibility. In this case, thinking about the quality of the force to be sent by such a contributing country, the performance of its members, their willingness to take risks should start from there. You remember in 1994 in Somalia, two countries I don't want to name, already conflicting and confrontational at home, were contributing 2/3 of the UN troops in Somalia. But most of the times, one would refuse to conduct joint operations with the other because they are already fighting home. But they are both given to force commander to join forces and protect. With risk to die, with less interest, no shame, because shame will go to an animal called international community. So, Christine, Christophe, and General Sadiq, I don't have answers, but I am actually advocating and emphasizing what Rwanda is today doing in the bilateral arena. Whenever it went bilaterally, it made a difference. Whenever it went multilaterally, it also made a difference, but under those challenging circumstances, how would this bilateral concept be institutionalized in peacekeeping setup? I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IGP. I will not need you to ask other questions. The questions have already been asked. I will just give about 3 minutes each panelist to respond where you feel comfortable to respond, and then I will open to the audience. I will start with the professor from here going. Okay. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, the commissioner.
Thank you, and I really liked the question because I'm going to be honest, and I have no, well, I'm going home to Norway next year, so I, but I think you're asking the right question, and Christophe and I, we have this is also discussed in police division and in UN headquarters as well. I mean, what is the effect of peacekeeping? And what is really the effect? And I think you started out, because before you can protect the civilians in a good way, it really doesn't matter whatever we do as UN, as long as the good governance has to come first. The people have to be fed. They have to feel the security in their surroundings. So I think, but of course, bringing some stability to a country, creating the peace, and then the peacekeeping mission starts to do more than just prevent the fighting and, you know, protect the civilians. I think many of the good things we are doing is building the capacity directly on the national police. I think many of the good things the mission is doing when we are building the good governance, you know, working with the whole international society in building the governance of South Sudan. It's the world's youngest country. They need some support to move forward. But I think your question is, I don't know how many minutes I have, but the question is very timely, and I think it's about time to discuss what is the effect. We are a $1 billion US dollar mission. We're a tremendous costly, but there's still fighting ongoing in South Sudan, so somebody has to reduce the tensions. I rest my case there.
Okay, thank you. But before to address the questions raised by the moderator and particularly by the IGP, which are very quick key questions, I would like, if the Minister of Justice allowed me, to really have a special thanks to my Siamese brother, Christophe Bizimungu. If I'm here today, also he has been part of the process, and really I want to thank him for doing that. Now, about concerning the questions, I would like to start by the question of the moderator, when you say that will and capacity to implement what we have right here as concepts and realities. I think that everything starts by the will. It starts by the will. If you have the will, you will find the capacity. And to implement this will. And in peacekeeping, unfortunately, sometimes we are lacking of will. And you can see some peacekeeping missions, they have all the means to implement the mandate. But if the will is not there, when I'm talking about the will, concern some TCCs, even some key leaders in the peacekeeping missions, it's become an issue. And there is also another concern. Many TCCs are still in the old vision of peacekeeping missions. Nowadays, it's not even peacekeeping. Many times you have to be part of peace enforcement or even to address issues like terrorism. You take the case of Mali, for example. We have the peacekeeping missions. How a peacekeeping mission, as it is described in our documents, can address terrorism, which is a situation where they shoot on everybody. They have no rules, they have no law, they are just like this, and to address them, you need to fight. This is one of the key questions. And the United Nations Secretary General, I do remember on his, one of his speech 1 year ago, said that we need to think out of the box. To think out of the box about peacekeeping. Today, we are more and more in situation of conflicts based on terrorism and many other issues like that. And you cannot address them with the tools we have set in place since many decades. We know that we have Chapter 7, but Chapter 7 is also controlled by some decision made by the same United Nations. They say, you can do, but you have to be careful with human rights. And human rights, you, force commander, police commissioner, you are going to be investigate if you are too tough sometimes. These are also issues we need to think about, to address, to come with a new generation of dealing with peacekeeping. And you have made also questions, who to blame in the international community? I think that this international community is all of us. And to blame, we will blame all the chain, but the main one who will be concerned will be, first of all, the Secretary General, but on the ground, you have the main leaders, SRRG, Police Commissioner, and Force Commander, who are also responsible of the failure of these peacekeeping missions. And sometimes one of them deal with it. You have seen in MINUSCA, one SRRG have been concerned. Some other mission, some force commanders have been concerned and they have been blamed. And so I would like, and one point I want to mention is also the caveat. The caveat on for some TCCs, which may bring some other TCCs to be always on the run, and you have TCCs who remain with this old vision, and they don't want to die in peacekeeping mission because it's gonna bring problem for the home country. And also the home country don't want its TCCs or PCCs to engage too much, to have issues like loss of life, because it will bring some political issues back home. We have all of these issues, and we have been faced with all of this. And I know you are still continuing to be faced of these issues, but the international community, we need really to put these problematic on ground and come out with realistic tools, very important tools which will make, otherwise peacekeeping will lose its credibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. You have also your 3 minutes, and then we will open to the audience.
Thank you very much. One of the beauties of an academic is to say it the way it is. I know politicians have difficulty in saying it the way it is. They want to be politically correct. And I know too that, for obvious reasons, those in the uniform too, they want to be careful. But I have that latitude. I want to thank the IGP for making those very beautiful submissions. Even though they are questions, they are submissions at the same time, because it's actually speaking the mind of so many people, including mine. And you see, we must be very careful in apportioning blames. Yes, my colleague here did say that if anyone is to blame for whatever, the international community will take blame. And I said within me, I said, I will not take that blame. I will not be a partaker of the blame, and this is why. You see, at different points, at many times, we've had the opportunity either to write, to speak, to talk, so much of talk shop, and nothing has changed. We must understand the fact that the 1945 United Nations cannot be relevant in 2021. There is a need, the fundamental need for reforms of the United Nations. And that reforms must start with the United Nations Security Council. We have said it seems that we are just Pan-Africanist. We've said it many times that, look, we need to have African representatives there. Not just puppets, but those that are truly African, that are representative of the real African interests that should be in the United Nations. We've been saying that for the past 23 years. Nothing has changed. So when we talk about peacekeeping, now let me tell you why I will not blame both the police and the military that are in the United Nations peacekeeping. It's not your fault. You cannot be blamed. Now, the reason is this. I have one example. There are several other examples. The first commander for the UN, the mission in Rwanda, 1994. You see, he was supposed to be representing United Nations. He was here on the mandate of United Nations. But United Nations failed him. He became a loner. Now, this is why I say I will not blame any military officer or any police officer who is in the United Nations. But UN is making it very difficult to defend it. But why I will not blame them is the fact that all of the decisions, they come from the Secretariat. So the Secretariat is to blame. Then second is the fact that the United Nations Security Council is made up of a group of strange bedfellows. And until you understand the politics, okay, the undercurrents of the fact that you have strange bedfellows in Security Council, will continue to have this recurring problem of failed peace missions. You see, it is it's always easy to say, yes, indeed, UN succeeded in some parts, it failed in some parts. My own submission as an academic, I have done an assessment of the whole thing. I would say that, you see, you cannot have 30%, okay, and you say it's a pass mark. If you have 30%, means that's 30 over 100. That is what? It's failure. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. And the fact remains that, you see, as we begin to pick cherries here, cherry picking here and there, okay, this is what the reason, the fact is that the UN should squarely take responsibility. And when I mean the UN, I mean two bodies of the UN, the Secretariat that takes all the decisions, and indeed the Security Council. But you must understand too that the Secretariat is you know, kind of, cannot do much because of the strange bedfellows that are there. The reality is that United Nations has, what are the strange bedfellows? United States, France, and UK, United Kingdom, on the one hand. Then you now have China and Russia on the other hand. And you expect the UN to succeed. It's going to be impossible. It's going to be impossible. They will keep using veto to obstruct one another. Wherever, you see, the first thing that they think, and that's why it's good to talk about the politics of it. The first thing that they think about is this. Anytime there's going to be a United Nations Security Council's resolution, the first thing that the other side, when I mean the other side, I mean either the 3 or the 2. The other side will simply just imagine that what is the vested interest for that one. And so what they do is to want to kill it. And the best way to kill it is to use the veto. And you see, until we have an Africa, we have maybe 2 African representatives that are truly African. Okay, because we have Europe overrepresented, we have North America well represented, and then we have Africa not represented, we have Asia well represented. Then there's a problem. So we'll keep having failure of United Nations peacekeeping in Africa. From 1994 to date, what has changed? We said the UN failed in 1994. Can anyone here beat his or her chest and say this is where the UN has succeeded since 1994? None. And then our neighbor here, DRC, that we are trying to say, okay, we succeeded in some parts. It's a huge failure. There are so many militia groups there. I will talk about self-help. One of the problems, one of the issues that we are discussing about insecurity in Africa and maybe elsewhere is that, you see, because of state failure, there is always that resort or recourse to self-help. And that's what is happening. That's what is destroying DRC. Self-help. And then the easiest way is to begin to look at the neighbor and point accusing finger at the neighbor as the cause of their own internal problems. We need to be realistic here. The UN is not doing too well for 2 reasons. The Secretariat, which of course is just, you know, a puppet. They are rubber stamp for the Security Council. And Security Council is a confused one because it has 2 strange bedfellows. I don't think I need to say more about that. But you did say something about, peacekeeping at a regional level and the rest of it. Can I address that immediately? Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Now, you see, there has never been a time that security has been a one nation thing. It's an internal thing, exclusively internal. It's always been something that you do at the bilateral or multilateral level, right from time immemorial. But the immediate, times we can remember will be just after the 1871 defeat of, France by Prussia and later Germany, and then we began to have Europe divided into 2. It was what we called collective security system, all for one, one for all. You had, on the one hand, you had the Triple Entente, on the other hand, you had the Triple Alliance. So it's always something that you want to look after one another because you feel that you are endangered when you try to be alone. And in the world of globalization, because the global village, you can't do it alone. No nation is an island. You need other nations to help yourself. But in the current dispensation, you now have what we call transborder or transnational crime. So there are things that nations cannot unilaterally or solely handle any longer. Drug trafficking, child trafficking, human trafficking, terrorism, and the rest of them. All of these things, you can no longer handle it alone. Yes, so I agree with you that there will always be that interconnectedness, okay? In terms of, you have to launch out and, spread your handshake across the border to be able to tackle your own internal problem. We are having issues in Nigeria with Boko Haram. it has become a sub-regional problem now, and the truth is that we as a sub-region in that part, the multinational joint task force cannot even handle it alone. We still need to spread, the handshake across to the Sahel, because you see, one of the problems, part of the leaks is the Sahel. That's why Boko Haram the problem became a very, monstrous one, a notorious one for so many years. So yes, it's important for that connection, no matter how it is. I remember sometime, just by way of rounding off, there was this problem we had somewhere in the southwest of Nigeria. There was this very notorious group, that was always, they would steal cars from Ogun and Lagos states, and then they would take the cars across through Benin Republic of Benin to Burkina Faso, and so on and so forth. And we couldn't handle that alone. The problem was internal, but we needed to, spread the tentacles, spread our dragnet, to the security operatives in other countries, such as Republic of Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Togo, so as to be able to tackle that problem. And we were able to not only retrieve so many cars, I'm sure my honorable, Deputy Inspector of Police can attest to this, we're also able to kind of apprehend this notorious gangster, okay, who is now who claims to be a born-again Christian today. Anyway, so that's just the little submission I'm able to make. I hope I made some sense.
You absolutely did. Thank you very much. I now invite the audience to make comments, ask questions, and provide responses to those that have not been answered from, yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, panelists, for these enlightening presentations that you made. I only took the mic to be very brief to comment on what Commissioner Christophe said about the state of necessity. It's a very important concept, and I think we should try and understand it in the context of international law. It's a new concept, but what I can say is that even in international law, that concept has been borrowed from criminal law. And there's the state of necessity. You can't find it in any document. Sorry, you can find it in the ILC document, International Law Commission documents, as an embodiment of customary international law. And it says that whenever there are certain circumstances that can preclude your wrongfulness if you are called to act in a certain manner that is beyond your mandate in international law. So this principle is beginning to be applied, but vis-a-vis states, I don't know whether it can be further looked into in terms of peacekeeping, but I know in international law generally, the principle of state of necessity is extremely key, where your wrongfulness can be excused even where you go beyond your mandate, especially if you are safeguarding the interests of international community. Thank you very much.
Yes, Prosecutor General, then we'll have Goroba, and someone in the back. We'll first take those three interventions, and then we come back. Yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a comment on what has been explored by Professor Sheriff when he mentioned that one of the causes of insecurity, particularly in Africa, which is hunger and lack of some of the basic needs. And I do agree with the saying that a hungry man is an angry man, and that an angry man is the devil's workshop. But again, what is lacking is not resources in Africa. And that brings in the paradox of Africa as a rich Africa and poor Africans. And why this situation? And one of the responses will be is that we are still lacking the right mindset. And I don't think that we are doing very well in changing the Africans' mindsets, the bad mindset. And it's something that we need to invest in, us, all of us, as leaders, in changing that mindset. And we need to move away from the dependency mindset. We need to move away from the corrupt mindset. We need to get rid of the scarcity mindset and adopt the abundance mindset, and we need to get rid of the fixed mindset and adopt growth mindset. So as it's our responsibility to think about the new strategies and make it a priority to change the mindset, and that's very key if we need to get those basic needs that would reduce the insecurity that we live in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Goroba.
My question is about the lasting effects of national police forces being trained by UN trainers. There is something called a policing culture, and every country has its own policing culture or policing ethos. Now, when you take a UN police contingent into a country to train the police of that country, how long does it take you to change the culture, if at all you can change it? Or is changing a policing culture actually possible within the period of time it takes a UN training contingent to be in a country? I would like to know whether there are any post-mortem studies that are done to see what impact this has.
I've taken the privilege of knowing some people, but if you're going to intervene, I would request that you briefly tell us who you are and the institution you come from. There is a gentleman behind, and then I will come back to the Vice Chancellor in front. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Mwangi Jiron Gitau from National Police Service, Kenya. I'm a student of Police Senior Command and Staff course here in this college. My question goes to the first speaker, Professor Sherif, who pointed out that good education system is critical in addressing some of the triggers of conflict and insecurity, in particular youth unemployment. And we take note of the fact that Africa has 60% of its populace as youth. And in addressing the issue of unemployment, a number of African countries have taken bold steps to uphold their education system and adopt what we call competence-based curriculum. For example, we have Kenya, Rwanda, Ghana, and South Africa. So as a researcher, academic reader, a teacher, do you think that that is the right direction to take? Would you call upon other African countries to adopt that? And do you think that the existing competency-based curriculum are aligned to address African problems that will, at the end of the day, address the unemployment problem in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Nefrat.
Thank you so much. I want to ask the General, former Force Commander, when Christophe was telling us the story about the successes of Rwandan forces there. He was kind of just, and I can understand him as a Rwandan, although he's carrying the UN badge, but it was so hard for him to explain to us or to let us know why and how were the forces from Rwanda successful. I wanted to learn from you, General, as a former force commander, in your own analysis, and I'm sure you were having more than Rwandan contingents. How did you appreciate maybe the reasons why Rwandan forces were that successful, and that success was lacking from these other different contingents you were commanding? I'll be happy to learn from not a Rwandan, but from a commander who was coming from other countries. Thank you.
Sign.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm DIG Didi Galadanchi, PSC Daga MNI, representative of the Inspector General Police, Nigeria Police Force. I have listened with keen interest, and I'm happy to be here today. All the discussant has done justice to what they are called for. The Madam Commissioner, the General, and the Professor Polarin. The takeaway here, my comments are: one, how do we promote information sharing? How do we promote exchange of criminals and extradition? How do we promote regional policing to be able to tackle all these insecurities that were identified? One of the ways forward that I'm happy to be here is this symposium, which is apt. The second part is the course currently being run by the National Police College, Musanze in Rwanda here. If you look at it informally, the police officers are here from various countries. They have been here for 1 year. After 1 year, they go. Being on that level, they can easily contact each other. They can easily talk to each other. So Rwanda is doing very well on that, which is good. But the takeaway, as I'm still saying, is how do we strengthen our regional policing system? How do we promote, criminal extradition, sharing of information? More so, as of today, more than 50% of crimes and criminality being occurred are organized crime, and they use cyber, which is, intact, something to do with technology, which is archaic to me as a young old man. I look at it as an archaic. So how do we now, start looking inwards and thinking of the way how to, work as a team, as partners to solve these issues? Like what is happening in Southern Sudan today. The police officers there, as Madam Commissioner has said, she's happy for the SGBB group that has been trained. Good. Okay, what about the law, the human rights, the issue of the courts that can now try the people and so that those can be served as deterrent? What about the people that they have handed over back as the IDP camps that they have liberated, the national police should take over, and then things are not working? And again, when you look at it, it has impact all over. Just as some of the discussant has said, whatever is happening to a neighbor, to the next day neighbor, to the next day neighbor, is having effect on you. Example now, we have 2 contingents from Rwandan National Police in Southern Sudan. Whether they like it or not, there is depletion of manpower from the Rwandan National Police. Even though they are adding value to that side, here, they are only nominally here, but physically they are in Southern Sudan working. The same thing with all over the, Africa, where we are now sending police officers, soldiers on a peace mission. Just as the Professor Polan has said, the Sahel issue, where we have, is now affecting from, graduating from one place to another. So the main takeaway for me here is, this symposium is apt. The National Police College is equally doing well, only that it needs to reach out more so that more African countries can partake in this laudable project of a one-year program, whether on exchange basis or whatever it is, so that there will be that cohesion, just like the way we use, as he has said, Interpol to solve the problems of stealing of vehicles in Nigeria. I think informally, if you have been here for 1 year, even myself here being here, I'm here formally as a representative of the IG. But on personal ground, I know we exchange numbers, we exchange contacts. So there will be networking. Issues will happen, you don't need to follow formally, that will take a very long period of time. And there is another thing, the final one is issue of early warning signal. Professor Polarin talked about the triggers. The triggers are always there. The ability to understand and detect as an officer, to know this is what is going to happen, the early warning system. This is, if I touch here, this is what is going to happen. And then there is need for peace education, so that people will not trigger that, will not pull that trigger, so that it will now result into something else. We have an example in Tunisia, we have an example in many other countries, African countries, and even world over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go back to the panel to respond. Most of the interventions were comments or included with comments. I will, Professor will discuss the question on education, and then General will talk about his experience with Rwandan contingent, but probably also talk about how to strengthen regional cooperation. And Commissioner will talk about policing culture, and maybe the take home for the commandant here is to see how to extend this kind of conversation to other African countries, as suggested by Deputy IG from Nigeria. So we start from here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thanks for all the comments. And the question from the student from Kenya, very good question you made, and indeed very good submission you made as well. Any educational system or education system that will not help in increasing or supporting the value system of a society. What I mean by value system, is integrity, good character, honesty, and all those things that sound and look good at all times, that make us the total man or the total woman. Any educational system, any curriculum that will not strengthen it, is a waste. And let me tell you this, the reason we have pandemic, not just an endemic, pandemic corruption in this part of the world is that we all want to go to school just to get a certificate so that we can get jobs. We don't go to school so that we can actually have ourselves, we can have, you can internalize what the value system is. And indeed, it is not, the fault is not entirely that of the student, it's also that of the schools, the curriculum, the educational, regulatory bodies and the rest of them. Because they don't, first, do they pay, is there emphasis on value system being, enhanced? Is there also emphasis on the fact that the teachers should be well trained in such a way that they will know that what they are to impart is not just ideas, but also values? Honesty is best policy. Lying is punishable in one way or the other. Integrity is, sine qua non to the existence of man and for us to trust one another. And let me tell you, this thing, it percolates, it goes down, it trickles down even to how we interact with ourselves as humans, and how we do even, particularly in this factionalized society of ours in Africa, where we have factionalized ethnicity. We will not trust one another because we were not trained to have integrity. We're not trained to have, some kind of moral values that we keep and we uphold. But I remember that, in the distant past, we were told, of how our people were so honest that they could leave anything just right in front of their doorstep and no one is going to pick it. Why? Because if it was not formal education, it was informal education, and then, so to a large extent, they all lived with the fact that, it's always good to be honest and to look after one another. So I support the fact that you ask me whether can I ask other nations to emulate Kenya, Rwanda, and the rest of them that you mentioned? you have a big yes from me. We should emulate them. It's something that we as Africans used to have. But you see, unfortunately, Western education came and we did not understand it very well. So that diluted our, our indigenous educational system. And that's why we are where we are today. We are confused. And I hope that we can just get our reading back. Thank you.
General, sir.
Before to address the questions, specific question to me, I would like to come back on one point which have been made about the mindset. And I think it's the prosecutor who said that we need to change our mindset in that African level. And the process of changing the mindset also should take in consideration a strong common will. There is a mindset, but we need to have also a strong common will for all Africa. And we cannot, as the professor said, not to blame individuals. We cannot also blame the international community for the issue of the mindset of Africa. We, as you know, I do remember it's about 2 decades, it has been said we can have one position in the Security Council. Where are we today? It has not been made yet. The international community is not going to give us as a gift our position within the international community. It's a fight we need to win. I am comfortable to talk about it now because I'm a former force commander. When I was force commander, I couldn't talk like that. But there is really, it's a interaction between, en français, on dit l'effort de puissance. Le monde est gouverné par des centres de puissance. We are governed by power centers. If you are not a power center, you are going to be governed. This is as simple as that. And to be a power center, we need to change our mindset and to have a common will, strong will, not to fight each other. Because sometimes you have very good ideas, but it goes anywhere. Because we are, before to deal with the international issue, we are dealing among us. So this is one of the points I want to talk about. The second one is about, and I want to emphasize one point that my brother Christophe Bizimungu has said. It's about really the strong mindset of the Rwandese troops, TCCs and PCCs. He took the example of the fight in 2020. I was there. I was actors of this issue. Even within Bangui, it's Rwanda battalions. We have committed many troops, but the difference have been made mainly by Rwanda battalion in Bangui, and in Kagabandoro, it was Rwanda FPU. It was a little bit difficult for him to say, but me, I am comfortable to talk about it because I'm not I'm outsider and looking with my impartial view. And I really can say today that this mindset is what we are needed in the peacekeeping missions. And it brings me to the questions, like the prosecutor also, that to talk a little bit about the experience. Why, as Rwanda forces are successful in peacekeeping? It's the history of Rwanda first. We need to look at it. You have been through a very rich experience, dramatic but rich experience, and you have learned a lot from this when it comes to the protection of civilians. And I've seen, even in Mali, in Darfur, in MINUSCA where I've been, this is the same mindset leading the Rwandese troops. They say, we don't want to see this situation again anywhere in Africa. And This is the point I can mention here today. And also, it's a professional troops. Talking about FPU, talking about Rwanda military troops, they are very professional. They don't refuse to address any issues. They are ready for all missions. We have done some tremendous achievements with them in MINUSCA. And we also even take them as example, and as to the other TCCs, you have to learn. It's not only to be trained in your country, but you have to learn from the TCCs on the ground, which are doing good job, because we can, they are concerned with a lot of issues the peacekeeping mission have, but within the situation, they achieve the mandate. This is the point I want to mention. And the last point is about how to strengthen the regional operation in Africa. Bring me again on this issue of, because now we have, in many regions, we have African standby forces. And they are in connection with regional organization. You know, now the youth of today, the mindset of the youth is changing. If we leaders, we don't change, and to lead this youth, we're going to have problems. This is what I've been requested for the sub-regional organizations like ECOWAS, like EAC, and SADC. And they have these tools in their hands. Now we need to really to push these standby forces to be much more organized, to find finance. I know that your leadership here, when he was leading the African Union, said that we have to put also some money in the basket, not waiting always to have money coming from outside to deal with our own problems. So these are my small contributions.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Thank you so much. And let me pick up where the general almost ended in this, discussing about learning from Rwanda and learning from, I think, also successful PCCs or TCCs in peacekeeping. And going to the question about the policing culture, I would like to say that it's a very, very good question. But I would like to say that a lot, at least, and my experience is only from UNMISS being in peacekeeping in UN. And the policing culture, yes, it's strong, but much of the basic in policing is general human rights. It's the use of power, it's the necessity of use of power. Much of this is basic policing, basic human rights issues. So we have a very good framework in UN, which we build upon. But I would like to emphasize, and I think I said it a couple of times during my speech as well, you need to listen, and I really mean listen to the local police and your counterparts. What do they need? So we try, and I've been questioning, what have we been doing all the years we have been in South Sudan, and now I go frequently back to the IGP and the NPS IGP and ask him, what do you need? What kind of training are you lacking here, or what do you need there? And we discussed with the local police commissioners, and some places they would say we would need investigation. Okay, then we pull together a training team, because we have very experienced instructors and trainers in our PCC, or from the PCCs in UNMISS. So we try then to make standard curriculums, and we always discuss it with the local NPS, what is their need and how is it based on their laws. But it's a good question, and of course what we are trying to do now in UNMISS is to build to strengthen the education system for making a police academy, a training institution. We are not going to run it. We're going to hand it over to the local authorities, to the government, to the NPS. But we need because they are where they are. It's a post-conflict country. So I think in this place or in this situation, UN can do a lot in building stepping stones together with the local police, get donors on board, and then we can, when we leave, we can leave something behind, which is the main idea, because we're not staying forever. So hopefully then others can take over and run it. And I think, but it's a good question, and we're constantly discussing it. So, and also I think it's important to remember that, for example, where I am in South Sudan, it's a post-conflict country. Many of the police officers have just changed uniform. They don't have much education or in policing at all, because they're trained as military officers and suddenly they're police officers. And that's a difference. So a lot of this is basic skills, and also, but the rule of law is missing, so I think we need also to use the community policing as a tool adjusted to the local conditions, and where I also see that we can learn a lot from Rwanda and from other African regions. How do we work with the communities? It's quite different working with community policing in Norway, where I come from, than to work with it here in South Sudan. But I do think, at least I try, even though I talk a lot, I do listen. And I try to really get on board what can we learn and how can we utilize the advantage we have in UNMISS, having 48 PCCs on board at the moment. And I'm constantly requesting New York to please bring us more police officers from the African region, because that's what we need. But we also have skill sets, we need this, we need that. But yeah, I loved your question. I could talk about it for hours. And I also hope, I know there's 2 or 3 from South Sudan here. I hope you will come forward to me. I would love to discuss with you what is your thinking. Where can we make an impact for South Sudan? And also, I would like also to emphasize, because the previous IGP in South Sudan, he once, some time ago, he said, one day, police officers from South Sudan will contribute to peacekeeping missions in Africa. And I said, yes, let's have this as a common goal. And we are discussing this often. And I would like to say that UN was in Liberia. I have one of my now professional commanders for Juba Field Office is trained by UN in Liberia. He was in the first contingent that came from Liberia to join UN in UNMISS. He was with us for 2 years. Now he came back as a professional for a few months ago. And he is so proud to serve for Liberia, but he's trained by UN. So we discussed a lot. I have brought him to the IGP. I said, this is the way we can work together with you. Learn from other countries in Africa who's had peacekeeping missions, and then we can go to the local police or to the South Sudanese National Police Service and say, this is how we can do it. We are here to support. And that's why our mission is a little bit different than MINUSCA, because we have only 4 formed police units, 2 wonderful from Rwanda, really good. But we have 698 police officers from, as I said, from different countries on ground. So we have a stronger capacity building. And I do mandate. So, and I do, just to round up to going back to the question from the IGP and also the discussion here, I could never, because I get too much engaged in my work wherever I am, but I could never have been in UNMISS working around the clock to always try to improve. I could never have done it if I didn't believe we do have an impact. Even though we can discuss, as we did regarding the question from the IGP, what is the impact? What is the future of peacekeeping? Yes, that's a question to discuss. And I will, as Christophe, when I end my mission, come up with good suggestions for headquarters. But at the moment, I do believe that we do make a difference, especially for the capacity building. We do protect the civilians with our activities in the communities. We do make a difference for at least some females and some children here and there. But yeah, we just have to believe in what we're doing and to push forward. Just to go where we started today about the hunger and Africa, I would like to say in South Sudan, it's so sad to see, because there's around 12 million people, maybe a little bit more now because of the influx from Sudan. But 8 million of those people are living out of, they're relying on humanitarian assistance from NGOs, from UN, or from donors. The country is rich itself. It should have been agricultured. It should have been with farming. They could be more sustainable of food. And I've asked my colleagues in the UN system, why is it not? But it is the conflicts. So where to start? You need the conflicts to end so you can have the sustainability in their own country and to really farm and agriculture. And then you stop stealing cattle from each other and stop fighting into community violence, then we could probably have a prosperity and very, very good future for South Sudan. But we need also to support them on the way to build the capacity and to build a good governance. And as a lawyer, I believe in this whole justice chain. And Christoph and I have discussed this many times. You need to have the whole chain to work. I think I'll stop there. And it's all about mindset, as many has said. So, but thank you so much. I do believe we make a difference, and let's join hands and support each other in making a good future for all the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of our time. I know many people will not be happy with me, but I can assure you the way the panels are arranged is that you can take a question that was in this panel to the next panel, and it will still be relevant. So I wanted to request you to thank my panelists for the good job. Thank you so very much.
Distinguished invited guests, it's now time for panel 2. That will explore the sub-theme of Africa's peace and security landscape, issues and responses. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Charity Wibabara. Before I invite Dr. Charity Wibabara to the floor, allow me to introduce her. Wibabara Charity holds a PhD in Transitional Justice and International Criminal Law from the University of Western Cape in South Africa, Humboldt University in Berlin, Germany. She has a master's degree in Transnational Criminal Justice and Crime Prevention from the University of Western Cape in South Africa. Her bachelor's degree was obtained from the National University of Rwanda, School of Law. Currently, Wibabara Charity is a principal state attorney and head of the Department of International Justice and Judicial Cooperation at the Ministry of Justice. From 2015 to February 2024, she served as the National Prosecutor at the National Public Prosecution Authority and coordinator of the International Crimes Prosecution at the NPPA. Before joining the NPPA in 2015, she was a full-time lecturer at the University of Rwanda, Faculty of Law. Besides the above, Wibabara Charity has published a book on Gacaca courts versus the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and national courts. Please join me to welcome Dr. Wibabara to the floor.
Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As already introduced by the MC, my name is Charity Wibabara, and I will be the moderator of this selected panel of men endowed with wisdom, experience, and influence at both domestic and regional level in matters of peace and security. Specifically, the panel is going to focus on Africa's peace and security landscape, issues and responses. This panel will explore the giant challenge that Africa is facing at the moment of peace and security in the region and the complexities and dynamics of conflicts on the continent. We will further discuss the impact of emerging threats on security systems and practices in Africa, as well as available response mechanisms to the security challenges. Dear participants present here, join me in welcoming the different panelists that are going to share with us from their wealth of knowledge on Africa's peace and security landscape and unveil actually what makes the continent a fertile ground for growing security threats, all the emerging security threats. But before we go further, allow me to invite our distinguished panelists with a brief introduction of their biography and resume. First, allow me to welcome Dr. Jean-Paul Kimonyo, who is currently the Regional Director of the Levi Mwanawasa Regional Center for Democracy and Good Governance, which is the ICGL think tank based in Lusaka, Zambia. Doctor, you're welcome. You can have a seat. On this panel, we are also honored to have the Deputy Inspector General of Police in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, DIG Dasuki Danipa Galandash, I hope I pronounce it well, who was appointed the DIGP on 1st February 2024.
Thank you.
He's also been the former Police Commissioner of Imo State. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, our next panelist is Mr. Africa Sendahangarwa Apollo, who is the current head of Interpol Regional Bureau and CEO of IAPCA, based in Nairobi, in Kenya. You're welcome. May we once give a round of applause to each of the panelists. Once again, like I said, welcome to this panel. And our first panelist is going to be Dr. Jean-Paul Kimonyo, who is going to be discussing the state of conflict in Africa, helping us understand the complexities and dynamics involved. He's going to be taking us through the topic from the perspective of a researcher with focus on the selected current case studies and the past practices. You have 10 minutes to do your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure that I'm going to use the whole 10 minutes. So first, I'm very happy to be here and honored to have been invited to this August assembly. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to try to do is to try to draw a broad typology of conflict. It won't be too academic, and I'll try to go straight to the point. What we need to understand when we talk about the status of the conflict landscape in Africa is the fact that this landscape is changing very rapidly. There's a number of trends that 10 years ago were not in the horizon, and today are causing very serious conflict. If we want to understand exactly the evolution of conflicts in our continent, we need also to make a minimum of periodization, especially between the period finishing around 2000-2010, and then a second period from 2010 up to today. But before 2010, the period was marked by large ethnical conflict that caused very large number of casualties. And after 2010, the landscape is determined by a marked fragmentation and proliferation of conflict since 2010. But before to enter in this typology or making a difference between the conflict that used to plague the continent before 2010 and the conflict that we see today, I would like to emphasize one specific factor. I would say an overwhelming important factor that can explain conflict. Paul Collier said, geography is destiny. And indeed, geography is maybe one of the most important determinants of conflict. So you can see this T in the heart of the landmass of Africa. And some researchers call this T the dreadful T in the landmass of Africa. This T is characterized by the fact that it captured the most landlocked parts of the continent. And Paul Collier has shown us that the most important predictor of poverty and underdevelopment is landlockedness with bad neighbors. He put the two things together. So it's true. If you look at the countries that are along these two axes, they are the poorest in the world. And they are also the countries that experience the more severe conflict. I can, okay, that's one thing. So being landlocked in the mass of the continent is maybe one of the most important predictors of conflict. This is fatalities from conflict in 2022. You can see that indeed concentration of fatalities go along the two axes that I presented. And the two axes, you have the whole Sahelian strip, and then you have a column that comes from Sudan and goes up to Burundi. And we can even make a game and just naming the poorer country in the region or in the continent. You find them on these two axes. But then we can also play a game where we name the most important conflict that this region has or the continent has experienced. Again, you'll find them in this axis, being Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, South Sudan, and then, which is maybe a new thing, a new development in the Sahelian strip. So this is the region that is more prone, the most fertile ground for conflict. You can see that there is some regions that are not in the two axes, mainly two regions. One is the north of Mozambique, and the other one is the southwest of Nigeria. But then there is another condition that make conflict even more probable, is to be in the periphery of a severely landlocked country. So being landlocked almost twice. And this is exactly the region that we are talking about. And when we talk about being marginalized on the periphery, that can explain, for example, the conflict in northern of Mozambique, but can also explain, strangely enough, I need to study that a bit more, the conflict in the southwest of Nigeria that mixes banditry and some political grievances. Now, regarding the evolution of conflict since the 80s, 90s, up to today, I said when I started that we need to make distinction between the conflict that existed up to 2000, 2010, the maximum, and then the new conflict that emerged after that. So the conflict that occurred on the continent in the 80s and 90s had very particular characteristic or features. First, there were conflicts that opposed national armies with quasi-army rebel armies, well-organized, centrally controlled and command rebel armies that were fighting for either to take the central power of the country or to transform the structure of the power in the country. And often these conflicts were involving a whole section of the population, notably ethno-minority groups. And this conflict or this rebel movement usually put together a whole stratum of a society from the elite, middle classes, and grassroots people. And because of the character, let's say, well-organized character of these rebel groups, these conflicts were very large and sometimes managed to conquest the power in the center of the state, or to dispute the power structure of the state. Another characteristic of this conflict used to cause very, very large number of casualties. Genocidal conflict, like in Rwanda, and quasi-genocidal conflicts in Burundi, in Uganda, in Sudan, South Sudan, and in Liberia, in Liberia. So these conflicts, in certain ways, they were a reminiscence of some of the imbalances that came after the independence, where a number of African states were not completely attuned to the composition of their social forces in the country. And what happened with this country, this conflict, this country solved in certain ways some of these imbalances or distortion, you can say. And either they managed to transform the power structure of the state, or they achieved secession. We can talk about secession of Eritrea, for example, and more recently, the secession of South Sudan. So these were particular conflicts that were quite different than the conflict that we see proliferating today. Nevertheless, there is still some trends of this kind of conflict, even if they are not as wide as they used to be. And I would say that nowadays, the two most important type of conflict that resemble those conflicts of the 80s and 90s are the conflict that erupted in Ethiopia, for example, 3-4 years ago, or the conflict that just erupted in Sudan. Those two conflicts are conflicts that resemble more big armies and big rebel armies trying to dispute the power structure of the state. There is a new element in this conflict, especially for the two conflicts that I just mentioned. There is also foreign interference that play a very important role, and notably by two rival coalitions from Middle East. One coalition often supporting one contender, and the other coalition often supporting another contender. Now I would like to go to the new emerging landscape that started almost in 2010. What you can see when you look at curves of conflict and fatalities, you can see that from 2005 to 2010, the number of conflicts, the number of fatalities went down very much. But since then, there is a new trend of conflict characterized by fragmentation of conflict. Conflict caused by a small group, often localized group, often almost militia, identity militia, that cause conflict for different reasons and different motives. Some of them are fighting for land and water. Some of them are motivated by local power struggles. There is also a number of these groups that are purely motivated by sheer criminality, looting, kidnappings, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and others. And what we can see from these groups, although there is slightly difference between those that operate in remote rural areas compared with some of these groups that operate in cities, but there is a number of resemblance with these two conflicts, these two new actors of conflict. You can see, for example, that this trend of new conflict started by being quite low intensity in terms of casualties. But as time goes, the number of casualty now almost equal some of the darkest period of the 90s. You can see that up to 2022, for example, we had more than 4,000 people killed, and at the time, the conflict in which is a bit different from in Sudan hadn't started. So these conflicts are difficult to manage because often they don't have very clear political demand. Their power structure or their leadership structure is often not very fixed, and they look like more militia than really armies. And then in the middle of this fragmentation of conflict, another trend has emerged that is now quite affirmed, is the formation of coalition of small groups. These coalitions are often formed by global jihadist movements that use this fragmentation to take advantage or to form a coalition. But what is important to understand is even this coalition often are quite moving, but their raw material is still those small militia group or localized group. And what they do, they federalize this group to form a bigger umbrella group. But, for example, they are not going to put up a brigade against a national army. So, one of the consequences of this conflict that also come from the cause, but let me first pass by the cause to understand better one of the most important consequences. So the cause of this conflict are plural, of course, and our friends in panel 1 talked about some of these causes. Of course, there is poverty, economic and social inequality. But I'd like to come back to the social inequality a bit later, because social inequality nowadays are very specific features that makes recourse against being marginalized more and more difficult. They are, of course, caused by climate change that induce conflict for resources, especially in the Saharan Strip, where because of drought, now pastoralist group, for example, leave their marginal land where they used to graze their cattle and bring their cattle in the field of agricultural group during the dry seasons. But because of drought, now those marginal lands that the pastoralists used to keep their cattle have been completely dried out. So now those pastoralists more and more go into the field of agriculturalist population during the wet season, while the harvests have not been completed. That's one iteration. Another example also, again, about the cause of climate change, but also population growth, is more and more agriculturalist communities are encroaching transhumance road of pastoralists. So all of this creates a number of conflicts, especially in the Sahel region, but it's not only those reasons. Those reasons triggered by climate change are supplemented by other causes like inequality and political marginalization. Of course, we talked about systemic corruption as one of cause, but I would like maybe to pay a bit more, give a bit more time to another cause that for me is quite important, is a sentiment of marginalization. sentiment of marginalization has changed. Because during the period where there was this big conflict, regional conflict, looking at changing the power structure in the state, nowadays, for a youth in, let's say, in a remote country, in a remote region in the Sahel, this youth doesn't have much recourse, doesn't have much thing to do or leader to turn to try to defend his interest. And this is why. Because nowadays, contrary to, and it is one of the good things that happened after the conflict of the 80s, 90s, the elites that govern our countries, political elite or economic elite, are much more mixed than they used to be before. And this is one of the positive consequences of that period. So there is, at the level of elite, a certain balance that has been struck with different elites of the countries. But now, this inclusion of elites has been made to the detriment of population at the grassroots. Meaning that instead of having, let's say, okay, I'm going to use a fiction ethnic name, I'm part of an ethnic group called Alpha. I'm somewhere in the north, or I don't know where. I feel marginalized, I've been completely forgotten, I'm in very remote places, the state is almost non-existent. I cannot turn to the leaders of our Alpha groups, because the elite of Alpha group have been co-opted in the central state. So now the inequality that used to be horizontal, pinning different ethno groups one against another, has become much more horizontal, meaning that with a much looser ethnic or regional determinant, but more determined by social classes. So this means that these populations that are lost in the fringes of their countries have almost nobody to turn to, because their own elite are part of the mix of elites that now is governing the country.
Yeah, Doctor, if I can chip in, as you're discussing the topic and the theme, I'm wondering what are the, maybe you can switch off the microphone.
Sure.
What do you think are the prevalent socio-economic and political dynamics that can explain for the proliferation of the conflicts that we see in the region and the crisis that we have today, in simple terms? And I'm wondering also what you think about policy choices that could be triggering the instability dynamics. Thank you.
So just to finish what I'm in one sentence. Nowadays, these groups now, these remote groups, are not that interested anymore to contest central powers. They are now more inclined to look for exiting the state, creating alternative space of power, of resources that are disconnected from the state. And this is, of course, in let's say, remote places, but also in towns, because also these criminal groups are creating spaces controlled by themselves where they can get resources in spite of the law and regulation of the state. So there's a big movement of exiting the state as we know the state today. Regarding, I'm going to go directly to the policy choices. Policy choices, there is a number of policy choices that have created this situation. First, maybe one of the most important is the unattended youth bulge. For the last 30 years, the proportion of youth in population has grown very rapidly. Means that the youth now are the biggest part of the population. But this growth has been explosive. So the state have not catered for this issue, notably by putting in place strong education and skill development policies. That's one. Policies. That's one. Second, also, there is the abandonment of peripheric region of a certain state. And this comes from quite far in time. The structural adjustment programs of the 80s and 90s that are imposed on African countries in 80s and 90s have reduced the wide of the state and reduced the resources of the state. And among the things that have been sacrificed at the time, it was education policy, it was health policy, but also the provision of justice and control of the territory. Meaning that the structural adjustment programs shrunk the space of the state, and now we are paying the price for this process. Second, also, I will say that there is an imbalance between some policies that are putting maybe too much emphasis on infrastructure and not enough on developing human capital. I think I'll be done.
Thank you very much for those insights and taking us through the different dynamics that explain the peace and insecurity that we are having as an issue at the moment. That sets also stage for the DGIP, who is going to take us through the impact of emerging threats on security systems and practices in Africa, with a view of drawing lessons from it. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Moderator. The Chief Judge and Attorney General, the Inspector General of Police, the Commandant, National Police College, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. DIG Dasuki D. Galadanchi, PSC Daga MNI, the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of research and planning, Post Headquarters Abuja. I am representing the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kaede Evetukum, MPM, PhD, who is unavoidably absent due to an official engagement. He really wanted to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. To show you that he really wanted to be here, he sent me as his deputy. Not only that, he gave me the police jet. I didn't come with commercial jet. I come in with a police jet. Yeah, the jet is parked at the Kigali International Airport. The captain is there with the crew waiting for me. Anytime I finish from here, I will go back. No, that is to show you how important the Inspector General of Police has taken the symposium that the National Police College is offering. I think this is the 11th one, and which is a good one. And all of you will agree with me that this is a rallying point, that if we cannot do it formally, we can do it informally. Networking, knowing each other, using telephones, and we can start a regional policing structure in the whole of Africa. I think that can go. And another good thing is the student intake. I've said it before, and I think the IG had magnanimously offered not only one, but 2 slots for the Nigeria Police Force. Please, a round of applause for him. The IG, sir, yes. We are very honored and we are very happy for that. And I assure you, by July, by His grace, our own participants will be here and they will contribute meaningfully and immensely to this course. I don't want to go back, Madam Moderator. The last speaker talked about conflict in southwest of Nigeria. I beg your pardon, you have made a mistake. There is no any conflict in southwestern part of Nigeria as of today. Maybe if you said northwest, southeast, northeast, yes, and some part of north central. But banditry. Banditry. Okay, great. I'm happy that you have agreed, which is a good thing. Permit me, I would have loved to do it my own way, but I cannot because I'm here as Inspector General Police of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I had to read what he has given me. So please, permit me, I would have loved to digress further on a very serious note, to share ideas based on what I have observed. But I have to restrict myself as a representative who had been given a private jet to be here. Yes, that's a good one. A round of applause for my IG, that's a good one. So I'm happy for that. I'm happy to hear that. National Policing College, yes. The 21st century has witnessed growing global multidimensional security threats and challenges with serious adverse economic, political, and social impacts. Among such security threats and challenges are interstate and intrastate conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, irregular migration, climate change, and contingent resource conflicts, proliferation of small arms and non-state armed groups, and inequalities within and between countries. Many African countries are experiencing multiple and complex security challenges that in some cases overwhelm their security system. Emergent security threats are mostly complication of past and present manifestation of different forms of criminality that have persisted without effective capacity to combat them. In this one, like you identify your local problems, you use local solution and solve it. As Professor Polaran has said, and Commissioner Posen and the Lieutenant General Daniel has said, hunger is the main issue. So whether we like it or not, we must find a way to put security. And that reminds me, last I came to Rwanda, I chopped a particular brand of food, but I didn't see it today, chapati. Yes, and then the spices was very high, so I bought, when I was going back, I went to a lot of spices in cartons. A lot of people collected them, and after some time they asked me, boss, brother, please, can you give me that pepper, that chili? I said, it's finished, and I didn't go to Rwanda again. I was going to have it today, I'm here, and it's on my way here. I think, is it Nirangama also? That's why they produce it. I will not buy in the shop now. On my way going, I will stop and get some. I think the IG permit me to stop and buy. Oh, that's great. So, on a very serious note, many African countries, as the IG has said, contemporary and emerging security threats and challenges across the world are causing or compounding economic and social political problems to varying degrees in many countries. The security system have witnessed enormous stress in their quest to guarantee security, safety, and stability. African security systems have been adversely impacted by security threats and challenges, and the need to urgently identify efficient countermeasures. This presentation examines contemporary and emerging security challenges and threats in Africa and their impacts on security system, focusing on state security forces. The concept of security sector was initially limited to the state apparatus responsible for defending the country against aggression or mandated to enforce the law and maintain order within national jurisdiction. However, the concept of security has been broadened. The concept of security sector has also been widened as comprising state institutions which have formal mandate to ensure the safety of the state and its citizens against acts of violence and coercion. Example, the armed forces, the police, the paramilitary forces, the intelligence services, and similar bodies, judicial and penal institutions. and the elected and duly appointed civil authorities responsible for control and oversight, example, Parliament, the Executive, the Defense Ministry, etc. Physical security, which is the primary concern of armed forces, police, intelligence and law enforcement agencies, seek to prevent harms to individuals by criminals or to mete out justice and punishment to offenders who are liable to causing harm, socio-political and economic security, is the responsibility of several public bureaucracies responsible for providing access to shelter, education, healthcare, food and nutrition, employment, potable water and infrastructure, which necessary for realizing, promoting and protecting human dignity. That, if you want me to rewind back, that brought me about, one of the speakers talked about negative peace and positive peace. And then the Commissioner of Police talked about the SGBB, where they are trying to, but the reality is, you can, if you arrest people for doing one thing or another, but you cannot be able to prosecute them and serve punishment on them, then it's like zero work in science. I'm a scientist, I read mathematics, so if you work and you didn't achieve anything, it's an achievable good idea, but there is need for the law, that is Attorney General, sir, there is need for the law to come in, to join hands together, work as partners and team members to ensure that people who commit, that are arrested, diligently investigated and prosecuted, are punished accordingly, so that to serve as deterrent to others. As I said, the world is a global village, and we have all those things happening within Rwanda, within Nigeria, within Sudan, within whichever country here, Burundi, and all the rest, Kenya, Tanzania, and all the rest. When you look at it, the reality, Niger, Benin Republic, Cameroon, Chad, all this one, you look at it happening, it has an impact, an effect on your own police force, on your own defense forces, on your own, criminal justice system, on your own policy makers, because whether you like it or not, you must contribute to the national, to their own, what they call peacekeeping police officers. I think Madam had dealt on that. I don't need to go further on that. Then the IG talk about security development nexus. The broadening of the concept of security as human security has established strong nexus between security and development as two sides of the same coin. Thus, McNamara, 1968, argued that security is development, and without security, without development, there can be no security. Development has been variously defined. Development, according to Todaro and Smith, 2012, involves emancipation from alienating material conditions of life and from social servitude to nature, other people, misery, oppressive institutions, and dogmatic beliefs. The concept of human freedom also encompasses various components of political freedom, including personal security, the rule of law, freedom of expression, political participation, and the equality of opportunity. The interrelationship between security and development underscores the seriousness of the impact of contemporary and emerging security challenges in African countries on their economic, political, and social development or advancement. The need for urgent identification and the implementation of measures to combat them. Security challenges and threats erode effective governance and development, create vicious cycle of insecurity and underdevelopment in Africa. Our discussion in this paper focuses on the impact of contemporary security challenges and threats on the state security agencies with primary responsibility for prevention and control of physical insecurity and harms. Most African countries are experiencing complex security challenges which are being compounded by intractable conflicts and instability, economic crisis with mass poverty and unemployment, illegal natural resource exploitation, especially by foreigners, transnational organized crimes, proliferation of non-state armed groups, and small and light weapons. In the following section, we elaborate on some of the most serious security challenges and threats confronting or evolving in Africa, some of which have international dimension. 1. Terrorism, violent extremism, and separatist agitation are the most critical challenges faced by African countries, where we have, people, as the last speaker has said, they earmark a particular space, take it over, and it become ungoverned spaces. They become the lord. They are the people collecting taxes, doing things on their own, as if it's a government within a government, which is unacceptable. The next is inter-group and intra-group conflicts in the form of ethnic and religious conflicts caused by intolerance and grievances over real or perceived political and economic injustice by government at national and subnational levels. Some of the grievances are caused by resource scarcity and inequitable opportunities. These are lingering sources of instability and threats, even as increasingly members of the ethnic and religious in diaspora now mobilize resources for their kins involved in armed conflicts, also embarking on propaganda against national government in foreign countries. Fortunately, Rwanda has passed through a very beautiful experience, and that made them to have a very strong will and what they have said, willpower. You have the capacity, and you have passed through it, and you are now willing, based on the issues that happened recently, and you tackle it effectively. And based on even those symposiums you have been able to do, so I think you should be able to lead the way to let us know, because issue of religious issues, ethnicity, tribalism, to the extent that some people from diaspora will start to, gather money, resources, and empowering their kids and kin to ensure that they revolt or even sabotage a sitting national government. Transnational organized crimes constitute major obstacle against good governance, development, and security in Africa. Pervasive transnational organized crimes in Africa countries include human and drug trafficking, arms smuggling, cyber crimes, corruption, and money laundering, financial fraud by foreign companies, illegal exploitation, and trade in natural resources by foreign organized criminals in collusion with local partners. These crimes erode capacity for development, consolidation of democracy, and good governance, give the sophistication of the crimes, influence of the perpetrators, and transnational flow of criminals market, national security system in developed and developing countries are often overwhelmed by organized crimes and criminals. Example is our neighbor here, the congruent state of DRC. This thing is happening, and it's equally happening all over Africa as far as I'm concerned, where resources are gotten and then they instigate conflict to make sure that out of that conflict they will now mine or get those resources virtually free of charge. It's happening in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, the city of Zamfara state. It's happening in the northeast, Borno and Yobe state. The Boko Haram is, induced, and when you look at it, it's just because of resources. Nothing more than that. They hide under this. The professor had already talked about it. All the time, we have it in us to be violent, and it's only issue of somebody to pull the trigger. And unfortunately, they use the Boko Haram and pull the trigger and say, guys, violent and economic crimes such as armed robbery, carjacking, kidnapping for ransom, political assassination, electoral violence, illegal mining, logging and fishing, poaching cattle, cattle rustling and banditry, gender-based violence are on the increase in many African countries. These crimes impact on the safety and livelihood of majority of persons, especially the less advantaged in rural and urban areas. Demand on security agencies, especially the police, to combat these crimes is high and often unmet because the lack of adequate and appropriate resources and prevalence of the crimes, which in some cases are aggravated by adverse social, political, and economic conditions.
So as you're still there, I would like to know how you're tackling the issue of terrorism and banditry, but also explain to us what is the role of community policing in the fight of that scourge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I go into that, I have on a page. I want to finish it. So you have to allow me to finish it. Unfortunately, the IGP, sir, I'm representing the IG. Assuming it's my paper, I will stop as it is. but I have to make sure I deliver the message as it is. So, security challenges and threats in Africa have several consequences for the government and security system. Among them are: 1, erosion of effective governance and capability of government to deliver services, which in turn undermine confidence in public institutions, including security and law enforcement agencies, and they tend to aggravate insecurity. The prevalence of multiple forms of insecurity has stretched the capacity and resources of the security agencies to such an extent that they are perceived as ineffective by citizens, and the resort to proliferation of vigilante, militia, illegal acquisition of use of arms, and self-help, just as the Commissioner of Police has already said. Some people will just take laws into their hands for self-help. Inadequate resources to combat security challenges. African security system lack inadequate scientific, technological, and intelligence resources. That brought about issue of intelligence sharing, that is information sharing, working as a team and partnership and collaboration with all stakeholders, whether formally or informally, to be able to solve our own challenges. The emerging effects of climate change on security is not fully appreciated due to lack of necessary research, knowledge, and enlightenment. Yet insecurities associated with the condition is growing in different countries and regions of Africa, and security agencies are under pressure to combat them. African security systems are under enormous stress due to increasing security challenges and threats without congruent resources to combat them, to meet the demand of the citizens and the expectation of the government. Recommendations. In conclusion, contemporary and emerging security challenges and threats in Africa and indeed globally are considerably complex, transborder phenomena. Consequently, we recommend the following measures and the approach to preventing and combating them. 1. Building and sustaining strong national security agencies, as well as strengthening communication and collaboration among law enforcement agencies in different African countries to enhance sharing of information and capacity building, training, mentoring, monitoring, and evaluation of resources. The problem of inadequate application of utilization of early warning system needed for prevention of insecurity should be addressed by developing necessary capacity at national, regional, and continental levels. The existing regional and continental associations for heads of security agencies such as the police, custom, immigration, and drug enforcement should be strengthened with the collaborative development and utilization of strategic communication, intelligence, research, planning, and operation. Purposeful infusion of research and strategic intelligence into planning, management, and operation for security agencies to appraise current and future trends and challenges. Most African countries lack reliable database, which are essential to efficient policing in modern times. APRIPO should be strengthened by African Union to serve and promote the development of capacity, communication, and collaboration among national security and law enforcement agencies. African security system should maintain strong collaboration with counterparts outside Africa, as well as intergovernmental agencies such as Interpol and Europol, on the basis of mutual benefit and reciprocity. The capabilities and resources available for promotion of security available in communities, groups, and corporate sectors in Africa should be determined, and framework for developing and rationalizing them to be effective partners in delivery of security establishment. Trust and collaboration between security agencies and citizens should be cultivated and sustained through consultation, responsiveness, effective service delivery, professionalism, openness, transparency, and accountability. Acquisition and skillful use of scientific, technological knowledge and tools in addressing challenges and threats of insecurity should be given prompt, significant attention. Contemporary security challenges and threats in Africa, as in most continents, are very complex and have economic, social, and political dimensions, and cannot be solved by security and law enforcement approach alone. Solving them requires multi-sectoral and all-government approach. The public bureaucracy is responsible for providing and promoting access to necessities of life, like food and nutrition, shelter, clothing, healthcare, education and skills, employment, social protection, welfare, potable water, energy, and other essential infrastructure. need to be strengthened to fairly and effectively discharge their responsibilities. Their payload, according to criminology literature, are responsible for most significant proportion of crime and violence in society. Effective delivery of public goods and services will complement security and law enforcement to prevent and combat insecurity in society. Thank you all for listening. I'm truly honored to have presented this lecture. I pray that Africa and African countries continue to improve their security apparatus using all available tools at their disposal. Without doubt, that will effectively increase and enhance quality service delivery, while also elevating our service to humanity. God bless Africa. Madam Moderator, I can now go back to your question on community policy. I have delivered my message.
Yes, and we also, yeah, we wish also to appreciate.
So let me tell you, the community policing concept coming in 2004 was the advent of the government of the President Olusegun Obasanjo. The good news is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR had already mandated that there should be policy reform, and is hinged on community policing. This community policing is keyed into like using 5 thematic areas to ensure that we have what we call quality service delivery. As it is today, I am happy to tell you that IGP Kade Betukum had magnanimously approved, and I am the one personally driving the process of crime mapping of the whole country. We have 36 states, and we have Abuja as a federal capital, which makes it 37. Then we have 774 local governments, and they has mandated, and we have already gone all over nationwide, that we are doing what we call crime mapping analysis, with a view to impute it into the national policing plan, identifying the gaps, using local solutions to solve all our local problems, and then where we have issues, we'll go back and use community policing strategy of lesson learning and dissemination of best practice. And part of it is, for us coming here to this symposium, there is a lesson that I've already learned, not 1, not 2, not 3, which I've already documented in my, you have seen me writing, busy writing when the people, so I have learned so many things that need to be further, deliberated upon, investigated, and if there is need, we now demonstrate it and replicate it and practice it in Nigeria, because the world is a global village, and Rwanda is a big country, we can learn from Rwanda. That is it. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other question? I'm ready. I'm ready. She can pair on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear GP, for that comprehensive overview, and particularly for sticking verbatim to the notes generously shared by the IGP. Yeah, it was informative and enlightening. Questions will be coming up definitely. It was an interesting discussion, and we would also love to hear from your perspective during the question and answer session. Yeah, so now we are going to invite Mr. Apollo, who is going to address these threats that have already been revealed through the effective response mechanism, but particularly focusing on countering terrorism. The floor is yours.
Honorable Minister, IGP, sir, I have been introduced as Africa Sendahangarwa Apollo. I'm the head of Interpol Regional Bureau of this region, and my office is based in Nairobi. But I'm also the chief executive for the East African Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization, and all the 14 IGPs are my bosses, including the present IGP here. So that's one of the reasons I felt uncomfortable to address while sitting there. As also because of my being new in the office, relatively, I will have to make a disclaimer that some of the comments I'm going to make, most especially in the introduction, are my personal views, are not the views of Interpol as an organization, because I am allowed to make my personal views. But if I want, when I want to make comments in relation to my both organizations, I will make it clear that it should be on record that this is either my personal view or the view as my office holds. So my topic that I was asked to handle is about scope and limits of response mechanisms in Africa, which is very wide and takes me into making comments as a person, not as a CEO of YAPCO or as a head of RB. But when I go to focusing on countering terrorism, then I put on my hat of being a professional in law enforcement as in my office. So as a way of introduction, response mechanism to countering terrorism, it is important to note that they stem from decisions of our politicians. So our representatives of our countries come together in organizations like the United Nations, like the African Union, or other regional political organizations to create those mechanisms. So they are our mechanisms that we cannot run away from or easily criticize as if we are not part of. It is important that we interrogate them and look at whether they are available, whether they are sufficient, whether they are working. If not working, why? If they are not insufficient, why and what can we do? Therefore, to discuss this topic, I think it is necessary to look at the international, not only African, but beyond Africa, then regional, whether Africa or other regions that are inside Africa, and national mechanisms where possible, where we can look at national mechanisms. Because these international organizations are made up of members, and these members are nations. So without nations, there are no international organizations. So with weak nations, there are weak international organizations. So it is important to say, are the mechanisms available? Are they lacking? Are they viable where available? And what are the reasons for shortcomings that we have identified or we will identify? So if I can talk about international instruments available so far, if we can remind ourselves that we have about, if you go to the website of the United Nations Counterterrorism Unit website, you will find about 19 legal instruments, conventions and protocols, including those that have been revised, because the first one of 1963 was again revised in 2014, and there are other revisions. So they make up about 19 international legal instruments that were made either by the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, or sometimes the IAEA, the International Agency for Atomic Energy. So, from that perspective of the United Nations legal instruments, we have the OAU, Organization of African Unity Convention on Prevention and Combating of Terrorism, that was inherited by the African Union as it is, because it is quite a fantastic document if you have looked at it. So, somebody here talked about collective security when they were referring to the United Nations. But as the United Nations, the African Union also adopted the approach of the collective security when it was being formed, taking over from the OAU. And it decided to deal with security challenges and enumerated them. And among them, as everybody has been discussing here, the main focus is political instability. That's the main focus, because this is a political body. But it also decided to deal with proliferation of arms, for example, and terrorism, among others. And let me talk about a little bit on how I understand collective security, for example, because most of the things that were discussed here this morning were questioning why the situation is the way it is, and I think the matter lies in collective security, in what is collective security in reality. And according to my readings, I will not make a lot of references because I'm not an academic as standing here. I'm a professional. But let me talk about collective security rests on 4 principles, as I understand, that can be elaborated further. Number 1 is that states must use force only in their defense. That means using force against other states that have invaded them. That means the collective security, they don't look at the conflict inside the countries or member countries that has been internally generated. That is the first principle. Second principle is indivisibility of member states. States that have come together, decided to form an organization on the equal basis. So we say we are together in this issue of security. We are equal, and whoever attacks one of us attacks all of us. That is the second principle. The third is that all member states must unite to take a collective decision about the aggressor to restore peace within one or more of them. That means among all of them. And lastly, having collectively agreed about the aggressor, all nations must come together, put resources at their disposal, including finances, personnel, logistics, and military capabilities, and form a collective security force. And I think that's what was being addressed by the commissioners and former force commander, such that they contain the aggression to reestablish international peace and security. And if you break those, you can have discussion for a long period of time, but at least those 4 general principles form the collective security. So, and when you look the AU principles, when it was being formed, Article 4 of its Constitutive Act, you will find these reflected in that article. So basing on the above principles, the African Union established the Peace and Security Council. And they put in some other institutions to support the Peace and Security Council to be able to put its to deliver its mandate, which is you've seen the panel of the wise, the Continental Early Warning System, the African Standby Forces that have been alluded to in the morning, which are also replicated in different regions, the Peace Fund, because this cannot be done without financial resources. And later, they put up what we call the Mechanism for Police Cooperation, and it was acronymed AFRIPOL, I think to mimic the Europol. So among the powers of or mandate of the Peace and Security Council laid down in the Article 7 of the protocol establishing it is to combat terrorism. And I don't think the Peace and Security Council has been very effective in doing this. But in November 2010, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union decided to establish a subcommittee on counterterrorism. But that, up to now, according to my knowledge, people in the audience might come up with another information later in the Q&A. But according to what I know, that has not been established so far. So the scope of all of the above mechanisms that I have talked about range from early warning to warn member countries that something bad is going to happen, to conflict, for conflict prevention, to a possibility of intervening inside a member country in case of grave circumstances. I put that grave circumstances in quotes because of who decides that these are grave circumstances, and we have seen it all over member countries. And those grave circumstances, for example, the African Union said that they are war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. You can check it on Article 4H. Then, who decides that we have to discuss? And what has happened since 2001 up to now, if nothing has happened to that extent, we have to discuss and see whether nothing happened or nothing is happening right now. So in 2017, I've said the African Union Mechanism for Police Cooperation was added. It's a new mechanism. It is based in Algiers, Algeria. And being new as it is struggling to operate. And last month we were in a meeting with them at the Interpol General Secretariat, and they are kind of progressing, establishing liaison officers in member countries. And what we are discussing up to now, and we continue to discuss, is whether we are not going to have a duplication of roles between regional and international law enforcement organizations, thus stretching the membership of countries to contribute and be effective in maintaining these organizations. So in addition to the African Union mechanisms and the AU mechanisms that I have talked about, I'm in law enforcement. So there are other regional law enforcement organs, one of which I now lead. So in Africa, we have the most law enforcement organizations in number. In Southern Africa, we have Southern African Police Regional Chiefs Cooperation Organization, SAPCO. It is based in Harare, Zimbabwe. In Central Africa, we have Central African Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization. It is based in Cameroon. In West Africa, we have West African Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization. I'm not exactly sure where it is based, but I know that the IGP is currently the chair, and we were together in the meeting I talked about, but it's not in Nigeria, right? Okay. And here in Eastern Africa, we have the Eastern Africa Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization. The naming is different in this region because all other organizations are under regional political organizations. But this one is different because we are beyond the East African community. Our regional law enforcement organization goes to Ethiopia, to Sudan, to Eritrea, Djibouti, that are not member, to Seychelles, that are not member of the ESC. But all these regional organizations...
Before you leave that point, allow me to chip in. Why are the existing mechanisms seemingly less effective? Or do we need more? Or what do you think?
That is a big question to deal with. And there are several issues to talk about and to discuss. And I would like to hear the views of the audience, because if I speak, I will speak only for my region. And I will also refer to the recommendations from the IGP Nigeria, for example. There are fantastic recommendations that were made there. I hope people took note of them. And in my region, if I can finish this, all these regional organizations are mandated to coordinate efforts of member countries in their regions against terrorism and transnational organized crime. That is the general objective and mission of these regional organizations. It is terrorism and transnational organized crime and the nexus, because there is a nexus between crime and terrorism, and the difference is closely the similarity. So there are other regional organs in relation to defense and security as established by regional political bodies, as I have said. But I also have questions, because this is an academic and professional environment. It's a mixture of academic and professional environment. We have students here of Police Senior Command and Staff course. We have people from Law Development Center, and we have people from African Leadership University. So I want them to think also about some of the questions and issues and submissions that have been made, including the one that you have just made, such that we don't prepare everything for them, and they also have to think about this. And I also have a few submissions that are in form of questions that I would want to finish with, if maybe you don't have another question. So I also have that question. Is there a shortage of mechanisms in Africa, both at continental and regional levels, to address terrorism? I don't want to say yes, because I said that the African Union Peace and Security Council have not yet established the subcommittee, because that is the only thing I said that is lacking. But is it necessary? And even if it is established, what would it do differently than what is being done now? So do we really have a shortage? Because of the environment, I don't want to have an answer now. Maybe I will do that in my concluding notes. But is the scope? I think this is most necessary. Is the scope of existing mechanisms very limited to the extent that they cannot afford to prevent? Because we have seen terrorism rising. We have seen a movement of fighters. We like to call them foreign fighters, but they are really fighters. Because if you look at the movement right now from the Horn of Africa to the southern part of Africa, where people come from the Horn of Africa, move through Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe to South Africa, and then back to northern Mozambique to participate in terrorism, it's enormous. But also for other things, like organs harvesting, for example, which is very, very, unspeakable. Because people people are moved, facilitated, or by organized criminal groups, and when they fail to pay, some of them are subjected to organ harvesting. If you look, for example, at what has been said in South Sudan, I'm very happy to have more discussion about cattle rustling or raids that is happening in the Horn of Africa, for example, that we have like 4 countries that are very much affected by this banditry of cattle rustling. And you look at the nexus between cattle rustling and financing of terrorism, for example, or movement of terrorist agents, it is worrying. And we are having separate efforts to address it. And I'm happy that in South Sudan you are having efforts to address it. And I'm more than happy to join you, and we discuss how we can move it forward. So what should be done moving forward, I think, is the most question here. What should be done moving forward? Everybody has talked about this. I am a witness. I think I made a mistake. I should have thanked the Rwanda National Police leadership first before I started my comments. I was very excited, and I think I am justifiably allowed to be, because I have been part of this symposium for more than 4 years. And what the Vice Chancellor alluded to in his keynote address of the past 3 symposiums, I most of the time took that podium. And right now I have to thank the IGP and the whole of Rwanda National Police leadership to allow me to take this podium, which is absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate, and I absolutely don't take it for granted. And I can testify that it is not in very many countries, not only in Africa. It is not in, trust me, I have traveled far and wide in law enforcement, in Southern America, in Asia, and in Africa. It is not in many countries that you have a forum that comes every year to discuss and develop knowledge and share best practices and look at what should be done moving forward. This event is costly. You should all ask the police leadership of how costly it is. And I'm very sure, yes. And I'm very sure that the Rwanda National Police does not request for funding from external funders, does not do fundraising to do this event. So I am giving one of my answers in an indirect way, and I will talk about it: ownership and making sure that you walk the talk. Because developing knowledge and sharing skills is extremely important to better understand what you put in practice. So Rwanda National Police should be really respected for this and should be recognized for doing this, because it is not common. It is not common in many parts of the world. But then we have to discuss on what else we should do. What is this also enough? I don't think it is. What do we do next? The Vice Chancellor, when opening, during his keynote, he talked as an academic. He said we should have policy briefs and papers out of this. I absolutely agree. But is it also enough? as law enforcement professionals? I absolutely don't think it is. So what do we do moving forward? And we are extremely blessed, if I can use that word, and also take this opportunity to thank Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for always participating in these symposiums as a policymaker. And because of that, he can take what we have discussed at a policy level. And that is extremely important, and we cannot also take it for granted. So with those few or more remarks, I think I submit. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Apollo. From what you've ended with, I'm just curious to know if are we at the peak of the journey, or are we at the end of the beginning?
Okay, thank you. I don't know what what you do mean by
you
we.
are talking about the journey and what you appreciate about, yes.
Okay, now this is my personal comment. My personal comment, and basing on my experience, of course. I think we here means the Rwanda National Police and its counterparts and people who participate. We are on what I can say is that we are on a very good track. We are on a very fantastic track. We should not lose it, but we should make the best out of it. We should make the best, yeah.
Thank you very much. That was informative. The participants, the audience will agree with me that we are having really an interesting panel and the discussions and presentations, actually with a lot of humor. Dear esteemed panelists, I would also like to say that all the presentations were complementary in nature. We started right with Dr. Kimonyo, who took us through the state of conflict in the region, the dynamics and the complexities, and his presentation was complemented by the DIGP of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where he took us through the impact of the emerging threats and the impact that it has on the security systems and practices in Africa, which was really important to know. And rightly, Mr. Apollo ended us with complementing the two presentations by taking us through the security responses and expounding them further. So thank you for all the presentations and for the complementarity of them. Allow me also invite our discussant, Dr. Frederick Goloba, who is also amidst us. Dr. Frederick is a political scientist and an anthropologist. He also lectures at different universities and does research. Dr. Goloba, the floor is yours. You have less than five minutes to complement, to make comments or any other ideas that you may have on the presentations. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. It seems to me as if the presenters have really given us material that is largely complementary. Showing us the origins or drivers of conflict across the continent. Dr. Kimonyo periodizes conflict in terms of pre-2010 and then since 2010. My question there is whether this periodization is clean and clear-cut and there are no overflows. Because you mentioned all the insurgencies and civil wars in the various countries, and that's rightly so, but one can still see these happening in some parts of Africa. Now, where this has been overcome, I'm wondering how do you explain why the particular societies that suffered these insurgencies have moved on? Could you attribute it, for instance, to electoral politics? That even people who previously would have been frustrated and sought to change the structure of power, and therefore picked up guns to go and do that, that they can now be patient and wait for the next round of elections, hoping that it could give them a chance to change the structure of power rather than going to the bush. The other thing is, I think there are things that we haven't spoken about, or at least one thing that the IGP from Nigeria mentioned with respect to Boko Haram. And this is instigation and funding from external sources. Now, I think that we need to hear a bit more about this. I don't think that Boko Haram is the only insurgency or is the only group of insurgents that instigated from outside or funded from outside. I think that there are others. What are the motivations of those that instigate them or that fund them? And how can African governments respond to this? The other thing that we need to hear more about is that all these groups that now cause insecurity, the bandits and the groups that no longer seek to change the structure of power, but which simply seek to exit the state. What factors account for their durability? Why are states unable to combat these groups? Now, one can argue that, of course, their cause or one of the drivers is poverty. But is that the explanation for why these groups are very difficult to combat? And here I would like to suggest that actually it seems to me as if quite a number of African countries are not quite good at managing their security sectors. There are good examples of African governments that have defunded their militaries and police forces and security agencies and made it literally impossible for them to measure up to these challenges. And one can give examples, but I would like to hear from the professionals, the security professionals, whether this is not a key factor and whether we shouldn't be paying attention to it. Apollo's presentation was interesting in the sense that he mentions this whole array of mechanisms that have been put in place. It seems like we suffer from a surfeit of mechanisms, but they all seem to be ineffective. Now, we usually say that international organizations are as good or as effective as their member states. And this takes me back to the point I've just made right now, that African governments are responsible for weakening their own security sectors and making it impossible for them to combat insurgencies. So I will leave it there and hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goloba, for those thoughts, observations, and comments. We'll now come back to our panelists. We can start with Dr. Kimonyo if there are any thoughts on the discussions from Dr. Goloba and Dr. Bizmungu, and then we'll have time for the audience. Please be preparing the questions, comments, any ideas that you want to suggest on this topic and theme. Thank you.
Yes, Frederick, of course, the periodization is not clear-cut. There is some elements that continues and some elements that even existed before the periodization that I tried to explain. It's a kind of categorization. So you simplify things to a certain extent. Nevertheless, you can say that these old-fashioned, big rebel armies are not that, there's not that many examples of this kind of conflict anymore. I tried to look, but maybe I could see two, mostly, recently. Did the rebel take arm because they couldn't change the structure of the state through elections? I think that, again, periodization plays a role because most of these big rebel armies operated before elections were really in fashion. So usually it was against former party states rather than against, let's say, democratized or transition democratized states. So most of those big armies couldn't change things through elections. But nowadays, some of these new examples of conflict, the question might be asked, and I think there's even an answer to that. For example, in Ethiopia, we know how things went. And here I would like to make sure that I don't say that rebel groups or armed groups or disentangled youth are necessarily ethically motivated. They can also be not ethically motivated and be the bad boys. Why states are unable to combat arms group today? Maybe I should leave the question to my colleague from Nigeria.
Doctor, this is a very good question. But when you are dealing with a faceless group that is doing what we call guerrilla, they have no pace, they have no specific place where they are. That was the reason why, since it's not a formal confrontation that you see, you don't get it. Again, most of the speakers here had already said it's something that had to do with a lot of factors, issues of poverty, unemployment, hunger, good housing, shelter, good water, good road system, strong institutions that cater for health and all those issues. So it's a multifaceted, issue that needs multifaceted approach to solve. Again, a stitch in time saves nine. Mostly because of lack of political will, a lot of issues used to rise up and come out. And instead of us to quickly identify the issue and deal with it as it is, we keep on dilly-dallying and dealing with it slowly till it grows and becomes a monster. Like what is ongoing in Southern Sudan, where you accuse your neighbor, this one accuse this one, a whole chain of issues, this one who quarter rustling, raping, arresting this, killing this, doing this, kidnapping this. So many issues need to be, changed. So there is need for reorientation, there is need for, and it's like getting out of hand. It's, as you tackle this issue today, then another one will just come out tomorrow. As you tackle this one, another one will come out tomorrow. So the best approach to me is issue of immediately identify your problems quickly without it allowing you to outgrow your apparatus. You solve it. That's it on that basis. Any other question? Yeah. Finally, the reality is that the last speaker had already said something. Is this enough? That what you are doing? And he commended the Rwandan police service for this laudable program that is very expensive. The IGP will agree with me and the Attorney General and the Commandant that I thank them personally when we're having lunch for having the insight to organize this type of symposium, and it is number 11 or the 11th edition of the symposium. It's a very good start, as you have said, but there is need for us to add more. Issue of policy paper, policy brief is not even enough. We need to start looking at those recommendations and looking at implementation strategies that we can use. And again, I always say this thing: identify your local problems, use local solution and solve it. Meaning here is, don't wait for the policy makers. Don't wait for the laws. It's not that we don't have the law. Sometimes it's implementation. What are those things that you within yourself, you within your power, within your authority, where you control, that you can be able to implement? Do that little. And then after doing that little, the next person did it. You will see that things, get better in a positive manner. Even in the police force, even in the public service, anywhere you are, Just do something. Do that little thing within yourself without you going to the higher authority, without you asking the commandant here, without him asking the IGP for permission. All those things that he can do within himself, let him make sure that they are right and they are informed with the world best practice. You will see changes. And then we kept saying here there is need for change of attitude and behavior, which is very true. We need to change orientation. But how do we do that? It's not the issue of the law is not there, or the framework is not there for us to implement or do things. But rather, is the willpower. Do we have the authority within ourselves? Do we have the ability? Do we agree on what is ongoing, and do we are willing to now change for the better or do things as it is? So to me, this symposium is good. We can add value to it, not only in terms of policy paper and policy brief, but in terms of even personal advancement by whatever lesson that you have learned here, whatever it is that all of us here, including the participants, they are in position of authority. Before you come here, you are in a management position. You are either an assistant commissioner of police, a superintendent of police, or a deputy commissioner of police, which means you are holding a position, key position, controlling manpower, controlling equipment, controlling a territory. What are those things that you can do within your territory to add value to the system and change things for the better? Not only talk, let's walk the talk. Thank you.
Thanks for that. May we hear also from Mr. Apollo if there are any additions to the comments and thoughts from the discussants.
Thank you very much. It puts me in a little bit uncomfortable position, but we'll endure it, no problem. My IGP knows when I took office how East Africa Pro-Chiefs Cooperation Organization was struggling to have a country to host the next annual general meeting. And without the annual general meeting for IAPCO, we would have no resolutions to implement, thus weakening the regional organization. And that is where we also elect our next chairman. And all countries were folding hands, not wanting to host the meeting because of different reasons. Now, I grew up in a very staunch Anglican church family, and I grew up reading the Bible. So when I was like 17, I had a very serious discussion with my father, who was a priest, who was an evangelist. And the discussion was me questioning religious faith, of which I took a different path from then, which was dangerous for me. But what the point I want to make is that after the discussion with my father, which was also a very eloquent discussant, he told me that, because I kind of beat him in the discussion. So he said in Kinyarwanda, but I will paraphrase him in English, that it is very easy to wake up somebody who is asleep. It's very easy because this person is made asleep. Wait, I get that. But it's very difficult to wake up somebody who's pretending to be asleep. No, I've taken that phrase all my life. So, countries, I don't think countries fail. And I always come back to it actually. Every time I question why somebody is behaving the same way, if it is either because they really don't know what to do, or they pretend not to know what they are doing. So it is not because countries actually do not know that what they are supposed to do. No, countries know what they are supposed to do. And when I started my opening speech, I said that these mechanisms are decisions taken by our politicians. That's what I said. And I did it deliberately. So, and I am taking a risk to say it when Honorable Minister is here. But I think I can be corrected. I think that countries, at least most of the countries, I'm failing to get, I don't want to use the word refuse, And I don't also want to use the word fail. So if there is a word in between, refuse and fail, to do their responsibilities. For example, if the police commissioner, when the police commissioner in South Sudan is struggling to do the protection of civilians, which is a role of the state, and when the IGP poses a question of how should we move forward, whether we should do bilateral, whether the bilateral arrangement should be included in the arrangement of peacekeeping, it is also comes back to the decision of the state, because this is a responsibility of the state. I will make another example very cautiously, but I will make it. Anyway, in the Republic of Kenya, for example, they have decided to put in their constitution that every crime is bailable, including terrorism. And they have bailed terrorists that were to Somalia and came back and are actively willing to kill people. And they have been bailed. And it is their decision. It is a political decision. So I don't think countries really fail or refuse or something in the middle that I failed to get because I'm not English. I think they know what they're supposed to do, but they don't do it. And it's very difficult to come here and talk and go anywhere else and talk about what they should do and what they should not do and how it should be done.
Apollo cannot just make a statement about how difficult it was to find someone or some countries to organize a meeting and end there. He must say, how did that debate end? So, did we finally fail to find a country to host, or a country is hosting?
So I was reserving that for my end remarks, but I must now state it. I must state it, and that our next AGM is going to be hosted, and it is going to be hosted by the Republic of Rwanda by acceptance of the IGP. And I was reserving myself a little bit because we have to have a private discussion on the date. But I'm so thankful as the CEO here, because that Rwanda is going to host, and possibly elect you, sir, as the next chairman.
Thank you, IGP, for helping us ask Mr. Apollo to clarify and remove the confusion. Yes, actually it has raised a couple of questions, I guess, for all the panelists. So allow me now proceed to the time of questions, comments. Yes, so many hands are being raised, but maybe just one comment. Once you're given a microphone, you have to mention your name or give an introduction of yourself and who you're addressing the question to. So let us start from Dr. Goloba, who was our discussant, and then we continue. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charity. We have very successfully pussyfooted around the issue of governments disabling their security sectors and therefore making it very easy for insurgents to thrive. I would have wanted us to actually get into this issue a bit more seriously, and I have some examples, and I would like to give a few, two Rwandan examples, and maybe one from outside Rwanda. Now here, one thing about the state in Rwanda is that security here, the security issue is almost a religion in this country. This is why we are able to leave our houses and go for a walk at 10 p.m. and go back home at midnight without any fear of insecurity. Now, I'm aware that there is a time when armed robberies were beginning to rise up in Rwanda, robbing banks and so on and so forth. That was flushed out very quickly. Rwanda has not been immune to threats from Islamic extremism. Now, that tried to rear its head and was very quickly knocked down. Now, I did go to Mozambique after the RDF and the RNP deployed there, and from my observation of what was happening in Cabo Delgado, I got the sense that there was something fundamentally wrong with the Mozambican army. Why could they measure up to this very small insurgent group in that part of the country. Now, eventually I discovered actually this had to do with the evolution of the Mozambican army since the end of the civil war between Frelimo and Renamo. The military had been disbanded, then rendered very small, defunded. The police officers, army officers were underpaid. They were not paid on a regular basis. Now, when the insurgency came up and they were sent to fight the insurgencies, they simply were unwilling to do it. The insurgents would shoot at them and then they just throw their guns away and run off. Because how do you expect somebody who left a starving family in Maputo to go and fight an insurgents and put their lives on the line? Now, recently I asked a Nigerian army officer, why has Nigeria not defeated Boko Haram? And I got pretty much the same answer. Now, I had an officer from Mali, why Mali has been bedeviled by insurgencies. Again, the answer pointed in that direction. But I'm quite struck that in this forum we have kind of scattered around it and moved on. I would like to hear somebody address this. Maybe the former commander of the UN, Officer Siddiqui, maybe you know something about this. I really would like to hear something about this from those who work in the security sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to give a comment on that, and it's linked with a question the professor made on the podium, asking why state forces doesn't succeed to defeat armed forces. I think that, it's an issue of roles. Rebels, armed groups, terrorists are using asymmetric warfare. And the state forces, it's like they are constrained to respect rules and regulations. And for example, when we take the situation of the terrorism, the terrorists in our area, for example, don't care about borders. And for the state forces, they have to care about the borders between states. And to overcome this situation, they need to have some kind of agreements. By this time, we are discussing to have agreement to pursue rebels in the other countries. They have already gone. And they made safe haven where they don't have, they have enough possibility to rebuild their force and come again and fight. The second point is that most of the time they are mixed with the population. You know, the armed forces, sometimes we go, we shoot, and we go back. We don't keep the terrain. And rebels, most of the time, they are like normal, sometimes like normal populations. In the case of Mali, you have some of them, the rebel on the camel farming, and the next time they are fighters. How to deal with this? If you push too hard, they may say human rights issues. You are fighting populations. But some of these populations, people in this population, we have armed groups, rebel mixed within this issue. This is one of the most difficult parts to deal with rebels, armed groups, or terrorists. And we need to all think ahead to see between states which are sharing same borders, how we can be proactive to deal with this group. This is my point of view, and it's based on some time of experience we have faced.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you, General, sir, for that submission. which I've already said it. In addition to this, Dr. Kruger, there is an approach if you want to solve issues. You use either kinetic or non-kinetic measures to solve this type of Boko Haram issue. But why we have a very big challenge is that the first part, which the general has explained, which I had explained earlier. Now the second part is the non-kinetic measure, where I told you the way out is by using community policing, where we engage the community, where we have community inputs, where the people have a say in their things. And again, this one needs multifaceted approach. There are issues, measures, and ground that need to be tackled. You go and have community engagements, you talk to them, that is non-kinetic measures, and they give you information because the criminals are there. But the fact and issue still remain one. When there is issue of ownership, when there is issue of partnership and collaboration, when there is issue of disenchantment about the government, when there is issue of hunger and poverty, tell me whether no matter how you do it, whether the people will cooperate with you. And again, you cannot just, I will give you an example, a typical houseman, you carry a knife, like tear your stomach and the intestine is outside, and you start telling people, I have medicine for knife, when your intestine is already outside. You can't just go and start killing civilians. The Human Rights Act is there. The Human Rights International UN Human Rights Charter is there. And then again, the people are not willing again to partner with you based on all this, disenchantment with the politicians, with the policing system, with the governors. So there are a variety of issues which we had been earlier discussed here. There must be good governance. There must be inclusivity. There must be, community inputs. There must be identifying each and every community, what are their needs, what are their fears and concerns, how do you solve those issues? We have to go back to those things before we move, so that we can now, join together the reactive and proactive policing. Proactive is more cheaper, it saves lives, saves time, saves energies, saves property. But reactive is destructive, it's not timely, it causes a lot of harm. That is not the reality on ground. So that's the little I can say, Doctor. I don't need to, because I can talk from here till tomorrow about all these issues, because those are things that I have experienced practically as Commissioner of Police, I have experienced practically as an Inspector General of Police. I've been 4 years as an Inspector General of Police in charge of counter-terrorism, in charge of, a zonal headquarters which comprises of state, in charge of, as a directing staff in a policy institute, and many other places. So the reality is there on ground. We know it. And there is a way out. Once we have the political will, the minister is here, the policy brief, the policy paper comes out, and it is vigorously negotiated and pursued. We can get something meaningful out of it, and we can be able to solve these issues, reduce it to the barest minimum. We cannot eradicate it actually, but we can reduce it to the barest minimum where things will be better, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to have 5 questions in the first round, and if time allows, then we can have the second batch of questions. So we start with the front, and then, yes, please. It's all right. We start with the front, then behind the students, but let us also first hear from Dr. Chimonyo, who wants to make a compliment.
Yes, with all due respect with my professional colleagues here, I think also some of the characteristics of where these insurgencies are taking place are also important. I insisted on the remoteness of those places, but also of the marginalizations of this population. And sometimes national armies, when they go there, they go like in a foreign country. Sometimes they are heavy-handed, and they don't have maybe not the time, not the will to do counterinsurgency through conquering hearts and minds, and rather only using heavy tactics. And our colleague said that some of national armies are profoundly bureaucratic. So soldier is there, not very motivated, is there because they want to be paid. surrounded by corruption from his superior everywhere. Why is he going to die there?
Give him the microphone, and then the lady, then we go this side.
Thank you very much. In addition to what my DIG has said and what the panelists have excellently said, I think I can answer, Dr. Frederick is not here, but I think I can add to the discourse on why Boko Haram has not been defeated. I was one of the hardest critics of the government of Nigeria for about 8 years. In fact, I ran a column, 2 columns in Nigerian national newspapers criticizing the government. And I think at the point it got to their table, they did not pretend, that something was not really hitting them very hard. I was invited by the Office of the Vice President in 2019, and they actually took me through the course of knowing exactly why Boko Haram has not or had not been defeated. Now, ethnicity has a role to play in it. Religion has a role to play in it. Politics has a role to play in it. Ethnicity, in one sentence, we have some persons who are supposed to be commanding officers, of troops who identified secretly, who empathized quietly with Boko Haram because they felt that they were of the same ethnicity. Now, Nigeria has the 4th best military in Africa. That has been proven, for the past 5-6 years. But Nigeria has not been able to defeat Nigeria had not been able to defeat Boko Haram. Now, in terms of religion, there are some religious leaders who bond with the commanding generals or what have you, who would say, look, the more you decimate these guys, the more you are decimating people of our faith. And they were always, quietly, surreptitiously frustrating the efforts of the fight against Boko Haram. Politics. There are some persons in government who are not just supporters of Boko Haram, they were also patrons of Boko Haram, giving them funding within Nigeria. So it was not only the external sources that money was coming from. Money was also coming from within. And some of these guys within government were networking with some organizations in Qatar and all of them that were actually kind of, railroading the war against Boko Haram. I can tell you for free that the military, they are very gallant. They are really willing. There's no professional soldier in Nigeria that will, because of the pride of the Nigerian, that will, particularly the military in Nigeria, that will want to abdicate their role and say because they are not well paid, so they want to they leave their guns and everything. No, just lay the blame at the doorstep of those religious leaders, ethnic leaders, and political leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sheriff. There's a lady behind, then we come back to Mrs. Fosin, who also asked to contribute.
Thank you. I have not a question, but more a comment to my Interpol colleague. And I just want to come back to what you said about protection of civilians, and also what the question I got from the IGP, I think, about from the moderator, protecting the civilians from the government. And I just want, and then if you go back to what Christoph said about the necessity of use of force, if you put all this together and you see it from a position of being in UN, being responsible for either the UN police or the UN force, when you come into a situation where we have done a couple of times the last years in South Sudan, is to when do we act? When do we go in and protect the civilians physically? We have had some situations, escalating situations in the IDP camps. And when do we refrain? Because it is the responsibility of the government. And then we are there and they're fighting groups in between, but the government are not part of the fight. They're their job to go in and protect them. We've had some very interesting discussions, the SRSG, myself, the force commander, and we have different views, and I think together we have balanced, and then we see the more we engage in upfront, use the early warning system, use what is going on, can we prevent something from happening if we all engage on the different levels? And we see that this has, well, I would not say we will succeed always, but UN will always be to blame, and sometimes you feel you damn if you do, damn if you don't. So you have to find that. Well, I know that from my policing background as well. Sometimes you just need to consider what is the right thing to do. But I just wanted to say this for your comment and also the discussion we have on protection of the civilians, because it is our core mandate in UNMISS in South Sudan. But sometimes we have to think a little bit, when do we let the government go ahead, support them? It's their responsibility, and sometimes, as I did last week in Juba, succeeded very well. But we have to be there and to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fosin. Allow me have two more questions this side, and then we go to the other side. We still have some time. Definitely we'll get to you. But before the microphone can be handed over, I would like to mention that this symposium is live streamed. And we have a question from our online audience. Thank you very much, RNP, for organizing this symposium on peace, security, and justice. My question goes to CP Bizmungu C. Can he give us some examples or a situation where values are needed to be considered than rules in security missions, and what do laws say on such situation at the end of the incident? Maybe I can read it slow. Can he give us some examples or a situation where values are needed to be considered than rules in security missions, and what do laws say on such situation at the end of the incident? Thank you. You answer it at the end. So let us hear from two other participants, and then we go the other side. Remember also to give students at the back after,
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Francisca Mujawase, the Deputy Director for the Dalai Institute for Children, Peace and Security. I would like to share a reflection on the peace and security topic with a child protection lens, which tends to be a blind spot, which in most cases doesn't appear in the discussion from the peace and security perspective. I'll also draw my points to amplify perhaps the panel discussion that has been going on today. The current evolving nature of conflict has not only exposed children to be victims, but also actively participate in committing violence and atrocities. And many countries have not done enough due to ignorance, but also in most cases intentionally neglecting the needs of children. So today we see over 450 million children exposed to conflict situations. In Africa, I think 1 in 4 children live in conflict areas, whereas thousands of children continue to suffer grave violations despite existing political commitments towards protecting of children. My office, the African Hub, is honored to be hosted by the government of Rwanda, and we've been partnering with the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Rwanda alongside the Rwanda National Police. And I would like to share some of the examples of things that we've done closely to ensure that we mainstream and increase visibility of the issues of children, because we believe peace starts with children. What have we done? We've been able to mainstream the concept of child protection within the doctrine and the training curriculums of the police, which stands out to be a best practice.
Sorry, you can do that in a minute, it's fine. You can continue, but within a minute.
Surely, thank you, I'm concluding. We were asked earlier, what are some of the models and what is the uniqueness Rwanda presents? This is a very good example which other countries can actually learn from Rwanda, because the issue of peace and security should start with children. We should ensure that child protection is mainstreamed within the peace and security architecture. And that being said, with the opportunities we've been given and collaboratively working with the Rwanda National Police, we've been able to train the police, and they've been able to transfer this knowledge beyond borders, and ensuring that the children, peace and security agenda is at the heart of every solution and strategies that are being advanced in order to sustain the peace we are looking for. Thank you.
One hand from behind, and then we go this side. Yes.
Good afternoon. Well, I just have a suggestion to give. It was said about the unemployment in Africa. I would say, like our head of state, we should create more work because, like, there are some people that are not educated. Some are from broken homes. Some are orphans. But if the government of African nations are willing to create more job opportunities, like opening factories, at least they are able to work in it. They can, some of them, which they can work like one shift a day. Sometimes they can work for 2 shifts. At least when somebody is occupied, the person will not have time to do idle things or to think of something, doing something bad. The other thing is that how to eradicate hunger in Africa is that us Africans, we should focus more on farming. Hence, we are blessed with lands. If we are able to cultivate different types of foods, we can use those foods to sustain ourselves and also to help other African countries. Don't say that I am not affected today, I am okay. There is something that's disturbing us as Africans. This mentality of I am not hungry, I don't care. I am staying in a good house, I don't care. Remember, today your house is not leaking, but tomorrow, the rain might fall in your own side. Don't say that I'm not affected today, but tomorrow you can be affected. So also us as Africans, we should also come together as one and help each other. Because you can see that this African country is stronger than the other African country. Look at your neighbor. Okay, in this aspect, they are not strong. What can I do to help them? Us African leaders, like the way you are doing this year symposium, African leaders also should come together once in a year and sit down and say, okay, what is the way forward to help our fellow Africans? What can we do? Because country A is well settled does not mean that forever you'll be settled. Today you are okay, but tomorrow what will happen? But if you help your neighbor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
It's been well noted.
Okay. Good evening.
Begin with Dr. Ista.
Hello. Good evening. Is it? Okay. Yes, good evening. I'm Reverend Foster Opoku FEA from Ghana and from ILPD. We are talking about peace, security, and justice. In fact, mostly at the background here, we've been talking about peace and security. And I side with Professor when he said that peace is a byproduct of security. Without security, it will be very difficult to have peace. And I consider justice as a child of the marriage between peace and security. Because when peace and security is in line, definitely there will be justice. Now, we talk about justice. Now, when you sit here, if you listen to what we are discussing now, peace, security, Africa is plagued. There is no two ways about the fact that the world and the global world is plagued with so much troubles. But as we sit here, if you look at the panelists, people who are talking and others who are giving their views, conflict has been the highest plague that we talk about here in Africa. Now the question arises, the justice that we are looking for, we have 4 forms of justice. We have distributive justice, who talks about who gets what. We have procedural justice, which talks about how people are treated, who is treated at what time. Before we come and talk about retributive and restorative justice, which goes with punishment and relationship breaking. Africa, there is no doubt that Africa is the youngest continent in the world. When you say Africa is the youngest continent in the world, what it means is that it was made known to us by the Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice, that 60% of Africans are less than 25 years, and it is a record. And there is a projection in the world that by the year 2050, which is just 26 years ahead of us. Africa will be having 200 million youth. Now the question is how inclusive? I believe that when a man is content, when a man is fully content in his environment, he is able to deal with situations that comes and approaches him no matter how bad it seems. Leadership of Africa seem not to understand the fact that Africa is a youthful continent. So I'm bringing mine to an end. Okay. Early this morning, most leadership had sidelined the inclusion of the youth. But we feel that when the youth, it is not just giving them the positions, it is not them planting them on the chest and making them white elephants. It is by accepting their views and sentiments as far as it is concerned. Now, I want to put this question to the panel, maybe to discuss. How content do you think? Because the youth of Africa forms the majority of the people of Africa. How content do you think the youth of Africa are as far as the leadership of Africa is concerned? If they are, let us know. If they are not, let us know. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the panelists. I kept wondering, because when Africa gave us an example of the failure to host their general meeting, and then a conclusion of where it's going to be hosted came, I went back to the core values of this college. And I want to bring the core values within the discussion: integrity, professionalism, commitment, and teamwork. What is our biggest problem? Because people are saying it's not that we don't know what the problem is. Then the question of different forces when it comes to peacekeeping. I wanted to ask, do we have the same commitment? Do we have the same meaning of integrity? Anyway, who do we want peace for? And who benefits from the absence of peace and security on the continent? And I wanted to also ask from you who are in the practicing area, seriously speaking, are our insecurity and absence of peace issues purely an African thing? How much is Africa capable of solving that? And how much is external? And for me, the discussion is, how do we define peace and security as a continent? And why aren't we able to deliver on that kind of definition? Or we don't have the same definition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is James Munyaneza. I work with the New Times. My submission is around the issue of political will, if you will, because if you look at, so you have, for instance, the ICGLR, and Prof. Chimonyo is on the panel, and then you have IAPCO, and then of course you have ESC. All these are regional communities or groupings, organizations, if you like. But then in terms of approach to sustainable peace, of course, close to home, the dynamics in the eastern DR Congo, and how these different players have, acted or reacted. You can see that beyond just having issues around capacities, we keep talking about capacities, resources and all, but also the political will, but also beyond political will you have clear instances of hostility, even between beyond just heads of, rather individual governments, but also heads of state. Now, these organizations are government organizations. At the top, the highest level, are the leaders of these countries. How much leverage do these organizations have over their bosses? You know, when you look at issues of failure to contribute, for instance, remittances or finances to run these organizations, it's an issue of political will. When you look at governments backing terrorists in this region, we have, you know, genocidal groups roaming the region, and they are getting support from some governments. And we're talking about durable peace and security. But our bosses at the top level, at the highest level, are acting, some of them, you know, sending out different signals. Yeah, so do we have all these organizations, their leverage over their bosses? And is there a way these organizations are able to coordinate, to speak, even at a technical level, to speak, to coordinate, but also to inspire and to raise awareness of the grassroots people, civil society, the masses, so that at least the mission, the challenge is understood broadly at the same level. And my questions, of course, go to the panelists. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Munyaneza. Yes, at the front.
Thank you very much, Madam. My name is Cyprian Gatete. I'm retired Commissioner of Police. My question goes to DI. You told us that hunger is the main cause of lack of peace and security, plus poverty, social inequality, and marginalization, which eventually breeds war. These labels mushroom up. When will the government see that it is expensive to try to fight these rebels in terms of human resource, material, and otherwise? Is it true they could be using it to make business under the pretext of buying arsenals? Or there is a hidden arm that controls the government and makes the war not end, thus disturbing peace and security in our continent? Thank you.
Yes, two more questions, then we come back to the panelists.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and Chief Guest, sir. All protocols observed. Superintendent of prison, a student pursuing Police Senior Command and Staff Course, Intake 12. I'm Fatuma Mtes. My question goes to the first panelist, but it can as well transit to the second panelist. The root causes of most of the conflicts of the African continent are known, as discussed in details by the first panelist since in the morning. However, the conflicts have not been addressed sustainably despite several interventions by the international community. What can be done to address the root causes of peace and security issues on the African continent? Thank you.
One more from behind, and then I can see a raised hand.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I am Superintendent of Police, Hale Namaza, from Malawi, a student of Senior Command and Staff Course. My question is similar to what my fellow students just asked, and it goes to Dr. Kimonyo, being a researcher. In his first submission, the Deputy Inspector General from Nigeria mentioned the local solutions as also key to solving these issues which promote conflicts, just as Professor Sherif did in the morning. Rwanda has been mentioned consistently as being a successful country which employed homegrown mechanisms to solve the conflicting situation it was in. As my colleague just said, she just said, most of the factors which are contributing to conflicts in Africa are well known. And as a researcher, how do you look at the attempts employed by the countries which are in conflicts to use homegrown solution to solve their problems? Are they enough to solve the problems? What is really the thorn in the flesh, I can say, if I can put it that way, that is failing these countries to use homegrown solution, to borrow a leaf from Rwanda to solve their own issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are coming back to our panelists. I think there is one hand, if we can just allow the lady, and then we come back. In case time allows, we'll come back, given the fact that we also had remaining questions from our predecessor, the MC.
Okay, hello. My name is Victoria Ndai-Mulitiki. I am a student at the African Leadership University. So my statement is a bit of a comment and a question as well. So I'll just start with my comments. So we've been talking a lot about the current mechanisms that are in place in Africa. And obviously it is clear that things need to change. But then it also takes me back to when Professor Sherif had been talking about saying that we have a rich Africa, but then we have poor Africans. And then the DIG had spoken about taking the resources that we have now, doing the little that we can do now. But obviously over the years, we've seen that the things that we've been doing have not really been working. So it leads me to the point that General Siddiqui had raised about thinking outside of the box. But then we also spoke about mindsets. So to think outside of the box, we need to address people's mindsets. So when it comes to addressing people's mindsets, that's a very complex thing in itself. So I won't talk too much about that, but then it draws us back to mechanisms again. According to what Mr. Apollo has said about the decisions that our politicians make to create those mechanisms, as long as we are dependent on the decisions that the politicians make to create the mechanisms, then my question is, does the law influence the capacity at which we can operate? If it is a non-governmental organization, if it is the police force, if it is the UN, the AU, are we limited by the fact that the government or the politicians make those mechanisms? And it draws me out to the question of, is it enough what we are doing? Are we able to step out into a larger capacity to achieve like our goals if we want to see change? Are we limited to change because of policies? And if the politicians are the ones dictating how we can go about our solutions, does that then mean that we are in a tough spot? Are we stagnant? Do we have the right to be able to think outside of the box to actually achieve what it is that we want to achieve? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you. We come back to our panelists. Most of the contributions were actually comments, but nevertheless, we had a few questions. If I can just remind, I know you noted them, but just as a reminder, there was a question from one of the students from ILPD, and basically his question was about how content do you think the youth of Africa are contented towards the leadership? He was basically talking about inclusion of the youth. Then we had another question from Dr. Easter, and in summary, she was asking, how do we define peace and security as a continent? Do we define it differently or the same way? We also had a question from the New Times journalist, Munyaneza, and he was saying, how have the different players acted or reacted? And then he was wondering if they do speak together, are they coordinated, how do they raise awareness? So in no particular order, the panelists will help us answer the questions, but there was also another concern from the retired Commissioner Gatete, where he was asking about the terrorist group, mainly I think Boko Haram. Is it a business? Is it a destabilizing security? Following how he elaborated it. And then we also had another issue raised by the student from ALU, who was African Leadership University. She was asking, is it enough what we are doing, or we are able to step out? If the politicians, how can we go about our solutions? Can we think outside the box? Yeah, I think those are the questions, and there are other issues that we are raised. Feel free to comment on all of them. Yes, thank you. And also the superintendent from Malawi, he was asking Dr. Kimonyo, how do we use homegrown solution to solve our problems? Yes, thank you. We can start with Dr. Kimonyo.
Thank you. I'm going to touch upon a bit the issue of the youth bulge, but by responding to that, I'll be also responding to the other question regarding the root cause of the conflict and what has been done to solve those root causes, and then I'll answer quickly to the issue of GROM solutions. Evidently, I think that African society, leaders, social leaders, all of us, we didn't pay enough attention to the consequences of the youth bulge. This youth bulge is destabilizing all our society, all of them. All of them are destabilized by this youth bulge. Now, the way it manifests itself in these remote regions, and the way it manifests itself in poor neighborhoods may be different, but in many ways, the youth bulge and the fact that we don't have solutions to give to the youth is one of the problems that we are facing. If you look at, let's say, the most important policies that have been promoted and even implemented to let's say, solve some of the African development issues. One of the most important policy has been the millennium goal. But if you look at those goals, they are mostly oriented toward health issues. Health is extremely important, absolutely. Health is extremely important, but not enough in developing human capacities. But hardly enough. And that's a problem that we are facing today. One of the logic behind these millennium goals was a kind of trying to mitigate or to resolve some of the issues that result from the structural adjustment programs that were applied before. But again, their outlook were mostly humanitarian and not trying to solve deep issue of our society. And one of the deepest issues of our society is what we do with our youth. For example, the investment in education has never been as low as it has been today. Or now there is a kind of sensitization. Things are changing slowly, but for a very long time, they have been completely neglected. And why it has been completely neglected? Because most of the effort that come from through aid were humanitarian, for health, for women, children, name it. And I don't have a problem with that. The problem that I have, nothing has been done to equip our youth to sustain themselves. And this is very serious. Not only serious, but also is going to haunt us for a very long time. Because projections are saying that the youth bulge will finally going down in 2050. What are we going to do from now to then? Yeah. So this is a very serious problem that we should take. And now there was a new flagship program that's been put up in the World Bank by a South Korean director of the World Bank. And him, because he knew how Southeast Africa has developed, is the one who put up the human index, the human resource index, that look at education and skill development. And when this index came, we could see the results of where we are. We have many of our youth have been through the education system, but they don't know how to write, they don't know how to count, nothing. So this half-backed, even half-backed is too much, maybe 10th-backed cohorts, what are they doing? What are they going to do? This is very serious. And you cannot just pass it like that. And all we're talking about, one of the root causes is just that. Maybe I'll go now to homegrown solutions, or what homegrown. I didn't understand very well the question, because you mentioned Rwanda homegrown solution, but other countries also have their own homegrown solutions, some of them at least. And I know that to combat the insurgencies in the Sahel, there is different tactics or methods that have been devised. You can see that while a couple of years ago, some of these states didn't take the threat of this remote and marginalized region population seriously, things have changed. They have changed now. A number of governments now feel that their credibility and for them to remain in power also depend now from efforts on the against those insurgencies. It's fairly new. It's fairly new. Why it's fairly new? Because it used to happen very far. With marginalized people didn't care. But things are changing. Thank you.
CIGP, that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The issue from the retired Commissioner of Police, and then the one from the university, and then the one from prisons, and then the superintendent from Malawi is virtually talking about, to me, the same issue. When you already have a challenge on ground, the next thing for you to do is to start thinking of what is the way forward, what are the solutions, what are the remedies, how do we solve this issue? Now, the youth bulge is already here with us in African continent, whether we like it or not, it's already here with us. But if we can be able to harness it, channel it, and positively push it forward, it will become a blessing to all of us. Now, the question is this: what do we do to ensure continuity and sustainability of maintaining a balanced and healthy level of having the number of human beings that we can cater for the next generation? Because this one, the mistake is already done. The challenge is already here. So 2 questions. That is one. The next one is, what are those things that we are going to do to ensure that we harness and channel the energies of this youth bulge and turn it into a blessing? many approaches and many ways which we had discussed earlier. I don't need to go back to that. Then the other issue is issue of, sensitization and awareness campaign on the effects of having more or having less. So it's now left to you. The choice depends on you for you to decide after looking at the merit and the merits of both sides. The challenge is already here with us. We can solve it. The only way to solve it is now to look at picture in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, in the next 30 years. What are those things that we can do now to make sure that things are balanced? Not that we'll continue the way we are going. We're unproductive and we are more in number. And so issue of, as the doctor has just said, health issue, poverty, unemployment, and all those things. Well, now the menace will start worrying us all over. We can turn it around and make it positive. That is one aspect. Then the Superintendent of Police and the other Madam, the Superintendent of Prisons, when you look at issues, actually, I told you that issue is not issue of looking outside the box. No. There are terminologies and there are processes that are already laid down. The world is a global village today. The issues of identifying your local problems, using local solutions to solve it, is not rockets, that's something that you invent or something. No. You go back as a police officer, we do what we call gap analysis or crime pattern analysis. And then, as I told you here even, the IG had already agreed we should do it like in Nigeria now, for instance, as a case study. We're doing crime mapping analysis of the whole 774 local governments and the 36 states of the Federation, including the federal capital. It's a very huge assignment that carried a huge chunk of energy, resources to do. Why are we doing this? It's for us to input it into the National Policing Plan to be able to find a way to mitigate and minimize and reduce the rate of crime within the country to the barest minimum. So we use all these issues on ground, as I told you, crime pattern analysis, gap analysis, crime mapping, to get the victim profiling and get the things, identify all those issues in peculiar places and then solve them as it occurred. And then the final thing I want to let you know is that you can't tell me that the local solution is not working if all of us, right from family inception, that each from you as a family head, you look at those things that you can do within your own limit without you going to ask for permission from anybody and do it, that it will not add value towards a better society. That one, I don't think so. Once we practice it, this is something that is working. If all of us here, wherever you are working, irrespective of wherever you come from, what all those things that you can do positively and add value to the system without you going or have a request to go and seek for permission. Just do all those things that are within your power. You will see the difference. This is something that I have done as a DPO, as area commander, as commissioner of police, as inspector general of police, and I'm doing it now as a deputy inspector general of police, and it's working. So we have no options. Where it entails you look for partnership, you look for it. Where you need empowerment, you either through capacity building, either the men on ground to empower them, identify the gap, use gap analysis, identify all those issues, and then if it is 3 days training, if it is 4 days, if you don't have the capacity, if you don't have the skills, the competence to do it, from the community, there must be people who had it. Get them pro bono. They will come and do it for you 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. And those are things that it's not rocket science. We can do it. And I believe if we have the will, we put it in our mind that we can do it. We have the innate ability that we can change and make our society more safer and secure. By His grace, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Apollo.
Thank you very much. I start with Dr. Eustace's comments and kind of questions. Maybe I'll go into, because values of Rwanda National Police College are also values of Rwanda National Police. So they did not get it from somewhere else. And values of Rwanda National Police are values of Rwandan society, inherited from, of course, the Rwandan leadership. And since this has raised some more questions than I expected about the decision to host the next annual general meeting, I would explain a little bit about it. It is one of the things that gave me headache as my first task, because my first meeting was about that topic, and I inherited it. And after discussions with my chiefs of police, we have something called Chiefs of Police Council, and we had 4 meetings about it, and with tasks and feedbacks. And finally, it made me preside over a legal subcommittee, because we have subcommittees, such that we create an addendum to our legislations, so that we don't become captives of our legislations, in order to host the general meeting outside the normal calendar year, which was done and finally unlocked, because Rwanda had submitted that they are so busy and they have a heavy calendar that they cannot host the meeting within the normal annual calendar as the registration mentioned. And we thankfully managed to do that, but that shows the commitment that you talked about. Because within the 14 member countries of East African Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization, since it was created in 1999 in Kampala, Uganda, some of them have never hosted an annual general meeting, while others have hosted it more than 3 times. So, and I think that shows to you how committed member countries are, and it goes back to my statement that international organizations or regional organizations are as best as their member countries. Because when you create something, you have to sustain it and make sure that, and I have not talked about, for example, statutory financial contributions to sustain these organizations, because these organizations survive also on money contributed by member countries. I have not talked about seconding officers, capable officers, I have to say, to work for these organizations, because these organizations do not have money to pay for people. Organizations second their officers. Capable officers should be to second the organizations to make the organizations run effectively. So the commitment is wide and can be discussed in a larger context. And I'm afraid some of the comments would maybe touch on the sovereignty, which is a very sensitive issue to talk about. The definition of peace and security, whether we have the same definition of peace and security, theoretically, yes, because we are all members of the United Nations, and we subscribe to its conventions and protocols about peace and security in its broad context. We are all members of the African Union, and we all subscribe to the Peace and Security Council, and therefore we agree and accept on the definitions and descriptions of what peace and security should be. But in relation to what I talked about, aggression. Aggression. That means one member country against the other, or a few member countries against other member countries. I think, and I really believe, that we are lacking definitions of and I don't think it is possible, because that's why we don't have a common definition on terrorism, for example, of security inside the country, of how it should be handled. So sometimes we agree and we have a common definition and what we think peace and security should be, but sometimes we don't. Because I can attest to you that when we call member countries to discuss on terrorism, for example, in the Eastern Africa region, some countries say we don't have that problem. So we are not ready to participate in issues related to terrorism and commit our time and money. So sometimes yes, but unfortunately sometimes no. And nobody decides when we are at the yes and when we are at the no.
Please indulge me for a few minutes to speak to this principle of necessity, which I really believe in. If we take it away from the legal justification of it, and I believe the idea is you are doing what is right, you are being a human being without considering what the consequences will be. And I think this is why some of the peacekeepers, like the Rwandan police, I don't think they had in their mind when they were undertaking this operation that they'll be punished or rewarded. But I think they ended up being rewarded because it was successful. So the question is not so much as to whether the principle exists. It does. But the problem is there's so much, there's a nexus between, and there's a very thin line between politics and international law, to the extent that you always look for where to apportion blame when there's failure. But when there's success, you want to associate yourself with the success, because we saw some peacekeepers here in Rwanda under Minwar who defied some of the orders from their superiors and either saved lives or ended up paying the ultimate price. So the problem is just like any other notion of international law. It highly intertwines with politics, and politics define what these otherwise noble principles would mean. Thank you very much.
Minister of Justice and Attorney General, IGP sir, all protocols observed. As we come to the end of our panel discussion, allow me first of all to appreciate the audience for their invaluable contributions. You can clap for... I would also like to thank the panelists, from Dr. Chimonyo, DIGP Dasuki from Nigeria, and Mr. Apollo, as well as our discussants, Dr. Bizmungu and Dr. Goloba, for enriching the discussions on panel 2 on peace and security. Thank you very much. And obviously, we are grateful to Rwanda National Police for organizing this symposium on peace and security. So allow me mention as we conclude that today we have gained a deeper understanding of the complexities of African conflicts, the impact of emerging threats, and the scope of current response mechanisms. As we move forward, it is crucial to integrate our efforts, leveraging both traditional and innovative strategies to foster peace and security in Africa. During the presentations and discussions, it was noted that Africa's peace and security landscape is complex and diverse, marked with a range of challenges that require multidimensional responses. We also saw that several key issues contribute to the continent's peace and security dynamics, and therefore this panel, or the panel, suggests and concurs with all of you that various regional as well as international actors should be engaged in addressing these challenges. Therefore, the emphasis was that we need a multifaceted approach, coordinated and complementary in nature, if we are to deal with the challenges that we face. As we end this, let us continue the important conversation and work together to create a safer and more secure future for our continent. Thank you very much to everyone that participated.
We are now reaching the end of today's program. So we thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Justice and our chief guest, distinguished invited guests, heads of institutions here, for attending this day one. Thank you very much.